everyone. We decided to start, even though the room is not full, but they are going to join us. So hello to everyone. I have a great pleasure to welcome you. And for the beginning, I prepared a speech prepared for me by ChatGPT. So a few days ago, I asked my AI application and ChatGPT to ask a short introduction for the conference, and I named the topic, etc. And then I've got it. It wasn't that short, so I wasn't satisfied, really. So I asked it again, and I threw in a new word, which was short and smart introduction, and in Katowice, conference in Katowice. So this is what I've got. I'm going to read it for you. Just hold on a second. It is short, so don't worry. So my request was, write a short, smart introduction to a conference in Katowice about digital economy and the innovation and creativity development for the global economy, with a particular focus on practices and solutions employed in South America and Australia and New Zealand. And in 3 seconds, this is what I've got. The digital economy has brought about innovation and creativity in ways that were previously unimaginable. As the world increasingly moves towards a digital future, it is essential that we explore and understand how countries can leverage the digital economy to promote sustainable and inclusive growth. This conference in Katowice aims to shed light on the practices and solutions employed in South America and Australia and New Zealand in harnessing the power of the digital economy. By sharing insights and experiences from these regions, we hope to spark new ideas and collaborations that will drive digital innovation and create opportunities for businesses, governments, and societies around the globe. Join us as we delve deeper into this exciting and important topic. That's it. So I think it's quite smart, wasn't it? Right? So let's have a short round of applause for ChatGPT for this introduction. Thank you. Now a few information. I've got a few information for you, which are important before we start. So first, we are going to, we are not going, but we are having live broadcast of this conference, and it is being delivered through the University of Economics in Katowice's YouTube channel, and it's going to be available because it's being recorded. So we will have the opportunity to go back to it and see it again, watch it again. Then we will have 2 rounds of speeches, of presentations delivered by our guests, who I'm going to introduce in a few minutes. And each of these parts will last approximately an hour and a half, and we'll have a break, coffee break, which will last approximately half an hour. So you will have time to talk, to network, and to rest. And there is a kind request, not to leave this room during the presentations, during each of the rounds. And what else? Now it's time to welcome and to introduce our special guests who came here to join the conference from different parts of the world. So we are having Professor Yuri Seo, the University of Auckland Business School, New Zealand, with us. Good morning. Professor Kim Pham, Victoria University, Wellington, New Zealand. Good morning. Professor Jorge Gomes, University of Lisbon, Portugal. Good morning. Professor Ildeberto Aparecido Rodello, University of São Paulo, Brazil. Good morning. Professor Evert Blanco, the National University of Asunción, Paraguay. I have never been sure how to pronounce Asunción. I hope it's quite okay, yeah? Sounds kind of French. Okay. And Miguel Feldman, the Portuguese Ombudsman Office, Portugal. Good morning. So, just to remind you, it's the third edition of Economics Without Borders project. We had two first editions a few months ago in autumn. The weather was quite different. Now it's much nicer in Katowice, so I hope you will enjoy it. And I'm really looking forward to the presentations today, because I remember how it was half a year ago. It was really inspiring, and it was great to listen to, you know, new views, ideas, and information. So, Economics Without Borders, third edition, day 3. Now it's time for the official opening, and I have the pleasure to present and ask for a few words. Vice Rector for Education and International Relations, Professor Sławomir Smyczek, PhD, who is the real host and initiator of the Economics Without Borders project. Professor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of authorities of our university, I would like to welcome all of you to the third edition of the Economic Without Borders. I would like to welcome distinguished professors, the guests from Latin America, from New Zealand, from Portugal, and also I would like to welcome very warmly all the students from different high schools that we cooperate with. And I hope and I strongly believe that this students' high school will be the students soon of our university. Of course, I would like to welcome all of you, thanks to the media and thanks to the internet, who are watching us on our YouTube channel. This project, the Economics Without Borders, has received the fundings from the Ministry of Education and Science. There was the project under the program Social Responsibility of Science. So a few words about the project itself. The main aim of the project is to promote the science on international scale by organizing at the University of Economics in Katowice debates and presentations of the scientific achievements, research and work of outstanding scientists from all over the world. The project main activities includes the 3 editions, and each edition including the different activities. There was like 2 days, the yesterday and the day before, there was special debates dedicated to the innovative research in different fields of the economy, as well as the special meeting with the PhD candidates, that they can be inspired by our famous guests and they can support them how to do the research in the modern way. And very important elements of this project is the special speeches motivating young generations for discovering the economy and management, which is not very boring science. It's fantastic science, because economy and management touch us every day. You are the member of the families. You have your own budget. You need to purchase the products online or in the store. So every time you have a contact with the economy and how to do it, how to be successful on the labor market. So here is the place that you can, maybe you will be inspired how to do it. And this event today is supported by the Global Village, which shows the social culture elements of the 2 continents, because this edition is dedicated to the Australia with New Zealand and South America. Invited speakers are the prominent scientists and experts from the countries such as in the previous edition. We have the professors from Egypt, from Spain, Germany, US, India, Azerbaijan, and this time, these 3 days, we have the professor from New Zealand, Brazil, Paraguay, Portugal, and of course from Poland. They have been recognized for their exceptional achievements in the field of the economic science, in particular in their work in implementing innovative scientific teachings and business solutions. The Economics Without Border will be one kind of the large initiative during which University of Economics in Katowice, I strongly believe, will become the Poland's economic hubs. It will be the place to be where the high-class researchers from all over the world will share their knowledge, they discuss and exchange the idea and experience with all of us. I hope that the project will help us to identify new opportunities and hidden potentials, as well as to force the dialogue and encourage a wide range of the stakeholders while increasing the efficiency of ongoing activities in the area of economics research and the teaching. So this is the short introduction concerning the project itself, and the project looks very attractive. So even we got the honored patronage of the different institutions. So we get the honored patronage of the Minister of Education and Science, also the Silesia Voivode, the Marshal of the Silesia Voivodeship, the President of Katowice City, our Silesian Metropolis, NAWA, which is the National Agency for International Exchange, and the CIMAN. CIMAN, this is International Accreditation Institution, so it gives the accreditation, confirming the high quality of the teaching at particular university. So in that, well, we received this accreditation 2 years ago. A part of it, we also received the honored patronage of the economical organization, which are CRASP. This is the Conference of the Rectors of the Public Polish Universities, CRUE, which is the Conference of the Rectors of the University of Economics, then the Polish Association of Economics, the Journal Perspective, the PROM, or the Association of the PR and the Promotion of the Universities, and of course our rector, Professor Celina Olszak. Nowadays, any events cannot take place without media. So we are very happy that we received the media patronage from the local television 3 in Katowice, the local journal Dziennik Zachodni, the local Polish Radio Katowice, the journal Forum Akademickie, and Nasze Miasto, which is the online journal. All right, so I think it's all for my side. I'm so happy that we can host you today, and I really believe that you will enjoy this time with our professors, and you will be inspired how different and how exciting the economy is and what you can study here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. So we had the official opening of the conference. Now, before we start with the presentations, I have the pleasure to invite you to watch a special film, or maybe two films, two short films, animations presenting the different continents to which this edition of Economics Without Borders is dedicated, which is South America and Australia. So let's have a look.
My name is Hela, and I'm from University of Economics in Katowice, and I think that economics has no borders. There are 7 continents in the world. In this series, I'm going to fill you in on details about the economic and socio-cultural issues. Let me guide you across South America today. South America, the 4th largest of the world continents, is found in the Western Hemisphere and covers 12% of the total Earth's land area. South America consists of 12 countries and it's populated by over 440 million people. Despite that, South America has many languages. Portuguese and Spanish are commonly spoken, but also English, German, Italian, French, and many others. called a land of extremes thanks to the uniqueness of its nature features such as diverse terrain and climate, tropical, temperate, arid and cold. The Amazon rainforest is the largest tropical forest in the world. It also a home to untamed indigenous tribes. The researchers believe that there are 77 uncontacted tribes here. 20% of the world's bird species live here, including toucans and hummingbirds. As for 2023, the nominal GDP of South America is over $4 trillion. South Americans suffer from 6.3% inflation and unemployment rate of around 10%. Average price of petrol is almost $1 per liter. Monthly salary stands at $1,604. 1.2% of the population doesn't have access to electricity. As for 2019, CO2 emissions amount to 2.6 metric tons per capita. Did you know that the world's largest coffee producer, Brazil, is located on this continent? Brazil has been the highest producing country for coffee for over 150 years. Chile is the top copper producer in the world with 28% of global copper production and the world's second largest producer of lithium with 22% share of world production. Most houses in Paraguay don't have doorbells. Visitors clap their hands for a few seconds to announce themselves. Amazon River is the largest river by discharge volume of water in the world, with an average flow of 230,000 cubic meters per second. That's all for now. If you want to know more about our world, check out our YouTube channel. And if you want to learn more about economics, study at University of Economics in Katowice, Poland. My name is Hela and I'm from University of Economics in Katowice, and I think that economics has no borders. There are 7 continents in the world. In this series, I'm going to fill you in on details about the economic and socio-cultural issues. Let me guide you across Australia today. Australia is the world's smallest continent, though it is also the 6th largest country in the world located in the southern hemisphere. As one of the wealthiest in the world, its income per capita fluctuates around $68,000. The population is over 26 million and an average density of only 3 persons per square kilometer of total land area. The geography of the continent is extremely diverse, ranging from the snow-capped mountains of the Australian Alps to large desert, tropical and temperate forests. Due to rough terrain inland, the vast majority of the population lives on the shore. The nominal GDP in Australia is $1.55 trillion. As for 2023, residents suffers from 7.8% inflation and unemployment rate is around 3.5%. They pay $1.2 for 1 liter of gas, while their monthly salary is $1,588. Rich in natural resources, Australia is the major exporter of agricultural products, particularly wheat and wool, minerals such as iron ore and gold, and energy in the forms of liquefied natural gas and coal. Every citizen has access to electricity. CO2 emissions amount to 15.3 metric tons per capita. Did you know that the Great Barrier Reef is the largest ecosystem in the world? It consists of nearly 2,500 individual reefs. Snorkeling and diving in the water is a popular form of entertainment. Australia is also one of the most popular surfing destinations. Tasmania has the cleanest air in the world. This makes it the ideal spot for walking, exploring the caves and kayaking. Australia has more than 60 separate wine regions. The majority of them are in New South Wales and Victoria. 80% of the animals that live in Australia cannot be spotted anywhere else. Among them, there are several interesting species, including kangaroos. That's all for now. If you want to know more about our world, check out our YouTube channel. And if you want to learn more about economics, study at University of Economics in Katowice, Poland.
Thank you very much. I think that these two short films deserve a round of applause, because I think they were smartly done. I saw our guests smiling and making comments on these films, so maybe you will refer to it later. Now it's time to start with the first presentation, and let me introduce our first speaker today. Dr. Yuri Seo is an associate professor of marketing at the University of Auckland Business School. His research examines psychological and sociological approaches to consumer behavior. Yuri has published 38 journal articles, which include publications in premier marketing outlets such as Journal of Consumer Research and Journal of Consumer Psychology. The title of his presentation is Art Infusion in Marketing Communications. Sounds really interesting. Professor Yuri Seo, the University of Auckland Business School, New Zealand. The floor is yours, Professor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming today, and thank you for a lovely introduction. So, as you can see, there are a lot of important organizations, people involved in organizing this event. But as Slavomir just told us earlier today, this is all about you guys, right? And the idea is that we're trying to motivate you to learn more about research in economics and business, right? And because of that, I'm sorry to put you guys on the spot, but can we please all stand up? Everyone? Oh, you guys don't need to stand up. And can we all move maybe a couple of rows down, if that's okay? Yeah. So that way, we can feel a little bit closer and have a bit more intimate discussion. Good, much better. Right. All right, so my name is Yuri. I'm professor at the University of Auckland. I'm also a marketer and consumer behaviorist. And what I'm going to do in my presentation today, I will try to introduce you guys a little bit about what marketing is about, and hopefully break some of the misconceptions that you might have about marketing. And has anyone heard the word marketing before? Hands up, yeah? Good. In your own words, how would you describe what marketing is? Doing business. Yeah, sure. Anything else? How do we do business?
We sell and buy products.
Sell and buying products. Very good. You're right. So in general, marketing is a set of activities, right, that are designed with the purpose of selling things to consumers, right? So the good marketing should be the kind of marketing that's persuasive and effective, because it's supposed to make the brand look more attractive and persuade people to buy it, right? And that's what good marketing should be about. But I also think that in my own research, in the research some other people do, we think that marketing can be great. And great marketing, beyond just being effective or persuasive, it should also have benefits for other parties, right? So not only should marketing be effective and persuasive in terms of improving consumer attitudes towards brands, but it should have benefits for consumers, for instance, by increasing their well-being, by making people feel happy about themselves. Or it can have societal benefits, right? So for instance, by making consumers wanting to be more pro-social, or to connect with others, or in the context of global village that you have been exposed to, perhaps increasing understanding between different cultures. And I think that great marketing can actually do all these different things, right? And ultimately, right, this all comes down to mutual benefits. That the great marketing should be the kind of marketing that benefits all parties involved. Not only companies and not only consumers, but everyone. And in my field, this is sometimes known as marketing for the better world. The idea that we can have techniques in marketing that can allow us to achieve mutual benefits and ultimately makes us happier. Right. So today, I'm going to do two things, or at least I'll try to do two things. One, I'm going to show you, or convince you perhaps, or try to convince you that marketing can be socially beneficial and have all these different benefits, not only for companies, but for everyone. And the other thing is, perhaps I can try to make you think about marketing in ways you haven't really thought before, right? And show you some trivial things, but that actually, if you think about it, have very deep meaning. And one particular technique that I want to focus on in marketing is known as art infusion effect. And as the name suggests, it's relatively simple. It's the idea of integrating artworks in marketing communications. And that can take a lot of different forms. So for instance, it could be as simple as integrating visual arts into advertising, right? We have ads that feature artworks. Or it could be making our products perceived as a form of art. Right? Engraving famous paintings onto umbrella. Right? And it could be even more subtle, like when we go to retail spaces and we have some products that are displayed as museological artifacts. Right? So all these things are known as art infusion marketing. Right? And what I would argue in this presentation is that art infusion marketing has a lot of different effects on consumer behavior. And just to start off why I think it's the case, we're going to talk a little bit about art and the role of art in people's life in general. So art is as old as humanity, right? All cultures have art. In fact, some philosophers would argue what makes people different from animals is that we can create art and appreciate art, right? And art permeates every single sphere of human social life. It is closely tied to religion, right? Whereby we know that appreciation of art evokes moral emotions, right? Makes us self-transcendent and appreciative of righteousness and fairness and forgiveness. It also tied to politics, where we use art to express what we believe just societies should be about, right? And create collectives around these different movements. It also plays a role in philosophy, where some people argue that, by understanding art, you can understand meaning in life, right? And to pursue greater purpose. And it's also related to science, where very often the science take artistic forms, and art is often serves as aspiration for scientific achievements, right? Inspires scientists to do better work. I think, as one of my colleagues once said, people experience art in a lot of different ways. In fact, there are so many different ways in which art influences us that we themselves are not aware of. Right? And for that reason, when art is infused in marketing, right, when we create marketing based on art relationships between people and the world, we don't actually have just one art infusion effect. There are a lot of different ways in which art infusion can influence consumers. So today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just show you some glimpses of several different ways in which art infusion can have effect on consumers, right? And then maybe we can talk about if there's some other ways that art infusion could work. So I'll start with something that's more to do with why companies are interested in this, right? So one of the effects of art infusion is that it makes us perceive the art-infused product as more luxurious. So in one of the original studies on this effect, what researchers have done is that they had two products, right? Left and right. It's a soap dispenser. And some people were given this product, right, which is art-infused, and the other people were given this product, which is not art-infused. Right? So they have the same content, right? It's some sort of a river with buildings in it, but one is perceived artistic and the other one is not. And people who were given this soap dispenser consistently perceived it to be more luxurious. They thought that it's more prestigious, that it's more sophisticated, and costs more. Right? Now, interestingly, this effect does not happen because of the content of art. And what I mean by that is that in another experiment, we did something like this. We had 3 different soap dispensers. We had artwork, right? We have another artwork that portrays negative scenes, and we have no art condition. Right? And still, regardless of whether it was this artwork or this artwork, people perceived it more luxurious than the other one. The reason why it happens is because art influences people not through its content, but through category. Right? In general, when we think about art, we think about high culture and luxuriousness, and these associations can spill over onto the products associated with art, making us perceive the products as more luxurious themselves. On the other hand, sometimes art infusion may not work, and this is relevant to globalizations. In a study that I've conducted with my colleagues, we found, for instance, that art infusion works if people think the brand is genuine. But our inferences about whether something is genuine or authentic, they often depend on heuristic cues. Right? So it's not really about what we see, but how we put things together. So in this example, what you've got is you've got a Korean product, right, which is using art infusion. And they have a choice. They can either use a Korean artwork to communicate or to promote a product, or they can use European artwork. Right? Some managers would say you should use European artworks because Europe is associated with luxury, so you have more luxurious stereotypes, right? But what we found consistently is that for Korean products, Korean artwork actually worked much better because it made it look brand more authentic, more real. So when we infer about inferences about luxury, we want things to make sense. We want them to be congruent. Right? And even if something on its own might be perceived as more luxurious, it doesn't work really well when you put incongruent things together. Right? So luxury is only one way in which art infusion can influence people. Right? The other, one of my favorite ones, is that when we look at art-infused products, it elicits certain emotions. And a very specific emotion that's associated with experience of art is awe. Right? Awe is complicated emotion. We call it transcendent emotion because it happens, it rearranges the way we think about things, right? It's when we, in the presence of something that's very vast and that requires reorganization of the way we think about things. Right? But because we experience awe towards artworks, right, it has interesting effects on our preferences for other things. So for instance, we found that exposing people to art-infused products increases prosociality among people. So people becoming more generous, they're becoming more interested, for example, in donating to non-profit organizations. Right? The other way that awe influences us is that we're becoming more long-term oriented. So if you have a choice, for example, having $5 today versus $20 in a week time, exposing to artworks makes us choose the later options, but it has more value for us in the future. That also has implications in other spheres of life. So for instance, exposure to artworks through awe can also make us reject fast food. Right? And again, the reason why is because it makes us to see the long-term consequences of our choices, of behaviors that we make. And therefore consider the health benefits as opposed to just pleasure benefits of our choices. And finally, one thing that awe does through art infusion, or art infusion through awe, is that it increases our interest in learning about new things. Right? So people who often exposed to artworks, they're actually curious, more curious about the world. They want to know how the world works. And that has interesting effects on such as, for instance, these people tend to be more interested in new products rather than the old products because they're curious how these products work. Now, taking it even a step further, what research has shown is that art infusion can also not only increase our interest in learning, but actually make us learn better by increasing our cognitive flexibility. So cognitive flexibility refers to human ability to make inferences or draw analogies between different things. Right? It's sort of, in simple words, it's kind of like the thing that makes you solve puzzles better. And what art does, because it's, in order to enjoy art, you have to sort of understand different symbolism associated with it. It makes us sort of better in making different connections. So there is a psychologist used this very interesting exercise, which asks you to find a matching pair for a card out of the 4 options given, right? So people who are exposed to art, they tend to solve these puzzles much better than those that didn't. And that has implications beyond the lab settings, right? So for instance, we have found that exposure to artworks through cognitive flexibility can increase consumer preferences for brand extensions. Why? Because when brand extends to different categories, what impedes people from enjoying that brand is because they need to make sense of it. How does Armani relate to hotels or spa or drinks when they're making clothes, right? It requires a creative thinking to make these different connections. And because art allows us to make those creative connections, we tend to enjoy the extended brands more. The other interesting effect of cognitive flexibility is also that when we are cognitively flexible, we want to do things ourselves. So we found, for instance, that art infusion can help people to be more interested in self-made products, products that we make ourselves, right? Like IKEA effect, right? Rather than buying pre-made products, it's the products that we create ourselves. And more at the broader level, what art infusion can do is make us focus more on the process rather than outcomes, right? So we're more interested in how we do things and how things work as opposed to what's the ultimate outcome of it is. And this is really important not only in consumption, but in a lot of different spheres of people's life, because ultimately, it allows you to cultivate a growth mindset, right? The idea that we're always learning, that we're always changing, and if we focus on the process, who knows what the outcome would be. Last but not least, one of the most profound effects of art infusion, I think, is that it can increase meaning in life. Right? In the same way that appreciation of art often encourages us to sort of think about the world and think about our place in it, art infusion can have the same kind of effect. But importantly, this particular type of effect does not surface among all people. It tends to happen in very specific situations. And what we found that it often happens when people feel lonely. So lonely people, when you feel lonely, these people prefer the art-infused products more than people who are not lonely. And the reason why is because they see the art as a way of finding or adding additional meaning in their lives. Right? So various products like these are preferred very often when we feel more lonely, which can explain some of the trends we observed during the pandemic, right? So for instance, we know that during the pandemic, millennials felt much lonelier than some other generations, right? But the other interesting statistics related to it, that also the proportion of art-infused products purchased by millennials were also much greater than for other product categories. For other age categories. Right. So I guess, of course, as I said, art, in the same way that art can be interpreted or experienced by people in a lot of different ways, these few examples that I gave you about art infusion is not everything, right? There could be a lot of different ways in which people experience art. And if you are to study marketing, if you are interested in consumer behavior, you might be able to find some other effects. Right? So just to wrap it up, I guess this was just a short demonstration of how marketing can work. That effective marketing is the one that helps companies to achieve their objective. Right? But today, we can do more than that, because marketers have responsibility to consumers and society at large to make a place a better world. Why? Because consumption became a very fundamental frame of reference for which we understand the world and ourselves. Right? And finding the ways in which consumers can become better is one of the responsibilities of marketing. So thank you very much. That's all I have for today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very great. All right. So I have a question about maybe kind of an ethical conflict in marketing and art, because effective marketing can be used in situations like the propaganda, and I'm asking about whether there's a concern in modern times that some adverts may be over the ethical limit or something like this, and I think it's a real concern that the marketers and the advertisers are aware of the ethical concerns in creating those adverbs, because you mentioned UNICEF ad, and I think that those ads could be very influencing on people. Can they be too influencing sometimes?
Thank you very much. That's a very excellent question. Where do I start? So I think we have to recognize that we live in consumerist societies. Right? We do everything through consumption. Right? That has benefits and it has challenges. And one of the major challenges of that is that marketers have a lot of power, as you said. And that power can be used in good ways, but it can be used in bad ways. Right? So that's the marketing side. The consumer side of it is that because we live in consumer societies and because we have been exposed to so much advertising in our lives, you guys actually, you become much smarter than generation before you in recognizing these attempts for persuasion. Right? So for instance, in 1970s, Coke used a very smart at that time technique. They co-opted rebellion. So what I mean by that is there was a Vietnam War and Coke wanted to connect with young people. So what they did was they created an advertisement that talks about peace and global prosperity and say, do you want to have a peace? You should drink a Coke. Right? And at that time, that was the most successful campaign of the year. Coke song became the song of the year. Fast forward in 2009, Pepsi tried to do the same thing with Black Lives Matter movement. Right? They wanted to co-opt the Black Lives Matter movement, connect with young people, and to become an iconic brand for that generation. And they miserably failed. Why? Because people caught them. They knew that the commitment to that cause was not authentic. Right? And there was a huge backlash on social media, which actually helps people to, social media is a very important tool in controlling brands, in fact, because you guys can do what's called these days cancel culture, right? You can cancel brands, right? And the brands are really scared of it, right? So, and we as marketers, we're learning about it as well, right? So I think everybody has a part to play, but at least personally, I'm hopeful that by understanding how that long-term relationships are much more important than just short-term gains, a lot of marketers actually recognizing it and moving towards the right direction. But it also comes down to the consumer responsibilization. So every time we put a dollar to the brand, you kind of cast a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Do you have any more questions to our guest? If not, we'll go on with next presentations. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to introduce the next presentation, which sounds also exciting. So Professor Kim Pham has experience as an author, editor, contributor, and lecturer. He was professor in international marketing for more than 11 years and as head of school for 4 years in Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. Now, the title of the presentation sounds, well, it's challenging, kind of. When I read it, I immediately started thinking about my knowledge of geography, because listen to the title. If you don't know geography, you are history. So I started thinking about myself. Am I history already, or maybe not yet? So we'll see. Professor Kim Pham, Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. Good morning again.
Right, good morning. Yuri and I came from New Zealand, and to reach here, it normally takes around 36 hours, right? Around 25 hours inside the aeroplane, and the others are waiting for aeroplanes and so on. So along the way, we will experience certain services, certain products that we came across, food that we're going to eat, and so on. So we go through many different countries. And that is where I normally, when I lecture to students, I talk about international marketing and I talk about my experience. Okay? So I came up with this kind of thought-provoking type of title. Hopefully, you will start to ask yourself, do you know about geography? So if you do not know about geography, you'll probably become history. Okay? So I play around with words first. So I start off with some studies that I have done over the years, and then I try to sum it up towards the end and see how useful it is. That if you do not know geography, then you will be a huge problem for you, especially in today's world, where you're going to travel across the world to do business in China, do business in Dubai, to Brazil, to Argentina, to Paraguay, and so on. There are differences, okay? So the differences can be in terms of, in my case, advertising execution techniques, business ethics and etiquettes, about strategies, about services, about gift givings, and so on. Okay, so let's look at here. Now, I did a study many years back. It looked at 5 countries across the world, and look at the advertising techniques. For instance, I received reasons, I received products in terms of responses. And again, this study is different from those that you might have read in journals about American advertising techniques, for example. So I'm looking purely from the Asian point of view. So I found that there are extra, like for example, different type of appeals that the Asian consumers wanted. When you talk about Asian consumers, you talk about India, you talk about China, you talk about Indonesia. You talk about Thailand. Now, I mentioned all these countries. Do you know where they are? Okay. Do you know what sort of language do they speak? Do you know what sort of religion that they practice? Okay? So like Thailand is very much about Buddhism, like India is very much about Hinduism, like Indonesia is very much about Islam, right? Hong Kong is very much about in between, atheism. China, there's no religion. So all these will influence what techniques you're going to use in advertising. Okay? So these are the studies that I've done, the responses I've collected, and you can see that there are 7 different types of appeals. You'll find that entertaining is probably right across. You can see all these cities. They are very, very competitive, very cosmopolitan, and they work long hours. So if you work long hours, when you get back home, all you wanted is to relax, put your feet up and watch entertaining advertisements. Other than that, you will find that if I zoom it down to the top 3, for example, in terms of techniques, you'll find, Hong Kong, for example, very far up about entertaining. When I first started to work in Hong Kong in 1990 to 93, peak hours is around 5 p.m., because there are a lot of people who get pushed into the underground train. 10 years later, peak hours is around 7 o'clock. And now it's probably, are you prepared to work overtime? Okay, so what they want is relaxation. And then you find that in terms of here will be ad likability. You find, if I compare Hong Kong and Thailand, for example, Hong Kong is more about unique creativeness, whereas Thailand more about warmth, about showing showing your love to your parents. Okay? Showing your love to your children. What they don't like about advertisement is, again, going back to Hong Kong 10, 20, 30 years ago, Hong Kong is a gateway to China. Every companies across the world would like to show their advertisements to the Hong Kong people, get their feedback before they introduce it to other countries like Thailand, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. Okay, so it is, they do not like to watch boring ads. Obviously, most of you wouldn't want to watch that too. In Thailand, they don't like exaggerated advertisements. It's like after drinking these Red Bulls, for example, you'll be able to fly much faster than a plane, or you can able to run as fast, much faster than leopard. Okay, so they are not interested in those sort of advertisement. Now, again, you see another form of advertisement. You find that there are 2 same ads, but they're different. Which one is more applicable to Arabic countries? You know what? Okay, you can see the cover up, right? So these ads will appear in the Arabic countries because you're not allowed to review certain parts of your body. Okay, whereas in Western society, Australia, New Zealand, I got this from Australia. Okay, so you can see Australia and New Zealand, probably you were allowed to have such depiction of women. And similarly, you'll find this. Okay, so again, you'll find this part here, this part cover up. Again, these are cartoons shown in Saudi Arabia, in Middle Eastern countries. Now, another study that I did a lot was controversial advertising. Right? When you talk about controversial products like alcohol, cigarettes, condoms, and pills, and so on. So, where can you that you're allowed to advertise? So let's look at China. Okay. You're allowed to advertise in China because the Chinese people think that drinking is socialization. Drinking is to build relationship. Kids as young as 10, 15 years old are allowed to drink. Okay? But when you come to controversial products here, pills and so on, you'll find that these are more implicit. Okay? It is more of indirectness, implicit, and non-verbal expression. So you do not want to advertise it. So given this sort of knowledge that you gain, you're more likely to be successful when you go and, say, market your company's products to Asia, okay? In China, in this case. Now, what about this watch? Well, I collected it when I was working in Hong Kong, but look, the ads appeared in Hong Kong. Do you think you can advertise it in Poland today? In Portugal? You know? So again, look at it. Hong Kong is a very masculine society. Okay, but things have changed. Over the years, they have changed. Okay? We all have changed. So ads that appeared 20, 30 years ago might not be able to show anymore today. Now, what about sales promotion? Okay? What sort of sales promotion techniques that people like to have? So going back to, you look at it here in terms of Brunei. Anybody knows where's Brunei? Yeah.
I know the capital, sure.
Okay. Well, definitely not in Brazil, not in South America, it's in Southeast Asia, okay? Then you have China, Indonesia, New Zealand, and so on. So again, if you look at different age group, you find that, certain type of sales promotion tools that are actually useful, acceptable, or accepted by society in those countries. So if you look at sales promotion, if we divide them into monetary versus non-monetary type, so you get a discount, you get a sales, or you get a free gift, right? Free gift is non-monetary. You get a discount, you got $50 off, 50 euros off, there's a monetary. So you'll find, again, Brunei, okay? Why is that so? Brunei is a rich country. Okay? They don't need to have sales promotion. Right? Everybody is rich. The Sultan of Brunei gave lots of money to their population because they have oil. Okay? So there's not a problem. But then you may say, what about Indonesia? Okay? Indonesia is more about monetary. They don't care about gifts. What they want is a discount. I want to buy it cheaper. Okay? I can save. Right? So if you are working for Nestle or working for a retail company or manufacturing company and you want to sell your products in Indonesia, okay, then you might want to think about using monetary type of sales promotion techniques rather than non-monetary. Okay. Well, I tried to compare between Hong Kong and New Zealand and gave reasons like building relationships, because sales promotion is more like building relationship, more about Confucianism, collectivist society. You go into a store, you always get discounts. Okay? You walk into a store in Hong Kong in the past, you walk in there today because today is Friday, you get 10% off. But because you are a member of that club, you get another 10% off. And because today is a sales promotion day, you got another 10% off. So instead of paying 100 euros, you may pay up only about 50 euros. So you become very happy. So my question to you here is, when is a goodbye? Okay, is a goodbye. So one is B-Y-E, one is B-U-Y. Okay, so when is a goodbye a goodbye? Okay, so a lot of, so again, society here varies. In Hong Kong, when you say goodbye, means I'm coming back. I like the sales promotion. I enjoy shopping, I get the discount. But in New Zealand, I talk to the local Western New Zealanders, then they say goodbye means I'm not coming back because I don't get a good discount, I don't like the shop, I don't like the service, and so on. So when is a goodbye a goodbye? Okay, so think about that. Attitudes towards bargaining, again, people like to bargain, right? 50 cents off, $1 off, so they like to bargain. And this is more to do with luck here, as I just mentioned. You walk in there, today happened to be sales promotion day, today happened to be a Friday, you got lots of discounts. Another area that I've looked at recently is more about relationship, business ethics and etiquette, right? So here, if ethics is more about a code of conduct, you behave. You come to here, all of you dress up, your school uniform, wear a tie. Okay? Etiquette here is more about moral code. You behave well, you sit down, you don't drink when we talk, you don't talk when we talk here. Okay, so it's a kind of moral code here. So you find that if I look at across total Asia, ASEAN countries, South Asia, and so on, across, there's a lot of variation. Okay? So if I narrow it down, you find that in Middle Eastern countries, where social status is very important. So the moment you raise the social status etiquette here, you realize that your other things will fall, like business integrity, business fairness, and therefore your relationship, your sales performance fall. Your relationship performance fall because your business partners are not really interested in social status. What they want is integrity, what they want is fairness. Okay? But if you look at another area where you can see here in terms of sales relationship, the blue color line here goes up when the others drop. Okay, so the others are behavior and so on. To sum it up, you find that in contrast, if you uphold ethical business integrity and professional behavior, like in Australia and New Zealand, you find that your performance will rise. Which, in other words, you have to behave. Right? You have to be professional in your approach, not what you call informal business, what you call natural business. Is that what I say? Yeah. Yeah, natural economy, okay, which means corruption, right? So natural economy, or we call it informal economy and so on. So in Australia and New Zealand, they are very strict on this. Okay. Another area, we look at business etiquette here. So we look at in terms of in these three areas. Okay, so here you find, again, the blue line goes, there's relationship performance, and you find this is professional communication. So in Indonesia, right, in contrast to Slovakia and Vietnamese business people, you find that Indonesia put a lot of emphasis on etiquette. Okay, you have to dress up. Okay, you have to put a tie on. You have to cut your hair. You have to carry a bag and professional looking in order to do business with. That's why the Indonesian business people would like to have. But if you put this emphasis too high, nobody wants to do business with you. Okay, so that is where you'll find. Here you find that in Mongolia, if you start to behave what we call here unprofessional behavior here, okay? If you drop, positive behavior drop, then your relationship performance will also drop. Right? So this is just to give you an idea from one country to another country, because I'm an international marketer, for example, so I do a lot of study, cross-country type of studies. Okay? So when to bring a gift, all right? So you find that, well, in China, well, in Brazil, inception stage, development, maintenance, and dissolution. Here, when we all go through a life cycle, 4 stages. Just like when you got a girlfriend or a boyfriend, you go through 4 stages. Okay? First is introduction. You get to know that person. Next, you develop the relationship. Third, you start to hold hands. Fourth, you say goodbye. Okay? So there's a simplistic way of looking at it. So you find that, well, in China, Development stage is the time when you bring a gift. Right? In Thailand, introductory stage is the time to bring a gift. So you do not have to bring a gift at each stage of development. But the question here is when. Right? So there's another way. Now, New Zealand, we sell lots of sheep. We have 5.5 million people. We have about 60 million sheep in New Zealand. Okay? Well, the figure's never right. Okay? So it could be between 50 and 100 million. So they always say some figure somewhere. Shoulder, go to the Middle East. Now, this part of the here is that the Middle Eastern people, they like to cook the lamb in a big pot, and then they put it in a big plate. Okay? And the big plate here, they have the meat here, and the group of them will sit down and eat. And they eat using hands, right? And then they chip here, they chip off here, they chip off here, and so on. So that big shoulder will be enough for them to sit down, 5 to 10 people, eat together. Okay? So here, but the Chinese people like this area, probably for stewing, for example. And then you have UK here, US, rack, and so on. So again, we can cut a sheep carcass into many different segments and sell it at different place at a different price. Okay? So if you were to sell a whole carcass to a Middle Eastern country, you may probably get $10 or 10 euros. But if you were to cut it up and sell to various countries, you may probably get 50 euros. Okay? So again, basic segmentation here. Now, what about communication? What about readings? Okay? So you find that in Saudi Arabia, you read from right, no, you turn, okay? You read from right to left, and here we read from left to right, okay? So you may say, well, it's simple, right? The next ad I'm going to show you, no matter how smart or how much experience you have, that sometimes people fail. It's very simple. Yuri mentioned about Coca-Cola. Right? So you have 3 frames. 1, a man lying on the sand. 2nd, drink Coca-Cola. And 3rd, running again. So this guy from America probably said he produced an ad that reads from here to here. But he didn't know that the Middle Eastern country, the Saudi Arabian people read from here to here. So which means you run, you drink Coke, and you lie flat. Okay? So he got sacked, all right? So obviously, so said, the hell it should have, said the salesman. No one told me they read from left to right. Okay? So again, not where you read from, what direction is very important. This is in Hong Kong. Hong Kong space is very small, okay? And people study underneath a table, right? And kids going to school as young as 3 years old. I remember putting my kids up. I was in Hong Kong for a couple of years, and I had to sign up for my kid to go to primary school in Hong Kong, and you have to get interviewed. The kids at 2 or 3 years old will be interviewed by someone from that particular school to find out whether their kids is qualified to go into that particular school. 3 years old. Okay? So they put a lot of emphasis on kids getting into good schools, playing piano, violin. Failure is not an option. So that's where parents in Asia spend a lot of money on education. Here you probably get free education. Okay? There are other countries, they pay a lot for education. What about gifts? Gift giving again. This woman, Madam, Dame, somebody went to Taiwan and gave him a watch. To the Chinese society, receiving a watch means your time is up. Okay? So can you imagine that she brought a nice Rolex watch to this mayor of Taipei? Okay? And the other one is disrespectful of the office of president of the South Korea, for example. And you see this guy, Bill Gates, puts his hand in there while meeting the ex-president. meeting the president at that time. Okay, so again, business ethics and etiquette. Again, about giving. In Malaysia, you'll find that if you take pictures of the prime minister or the king and queen, the bed here is, is insulting. Okay? I don't know whether you have came across this. I was in one of, in China, I went to Sichuan, I think, and there is a picture of Mao Zedong, right, the former president, and he was standing like this, and someone took a picture of his back. And that was the only picture that is allowed to be seen by everybody in the world. Okay? And nobody is allowed to take that picture. And I don't know how that picture was allowed to be shown across the world. And again, in Burma, Myanmar, 2 New Zealanders, using Buddhist head to advertise in their pub advertisements. Okay, so again, they were caught and they were sentenced to at least 6 months jail. Okay, so again, it's about using statues and so on. So I want to sum up what I've just mentioned here, is that, of course, we have distance. Okay, so we do not know the other culture. We do not know what's the other traditions, what you can say, what you cannot say, what you can give, what you cannot give, what you can sell, what you cannot sell, what sort of sales promotion techniques to use, and so on, advertising appeals, everything. So there are cultural differences. Now, in order to narrow the cultural differences between what you know and what you don't know to what you actually know and much closer, is like a pair of chopsticks. Okay? So a pair of chopsticks is like this. If you get it narrow, then you are able to pick up food. Okay? So no matter how good you hold the chopsticks, if you can narrow it, you can pick up food. Like another thing here. Right? You can also put rice into your mouth. Right? And chopstick, I would call it international localized. Well, you cross different boundaries, but you tend to look at the local culture. You must understand the local culture. Okay? So when I come here, I walk around, I want to understand the local culture. What do you like to do? What do you like to drink? Do you talk or not? And so on. Okay? So if you do not know how to use chopsticks, this is what will happen. Right? A lot of wastage. Remember, your budget for marketing is maybe $1 million, 1 million euros. 50% will be disappeared, will be gone because you don't know which. But the question here is you don't know which 50% is useful. So if you start to use this, you'll find that, well, this is like your marketing budget, right? Advertising budget here. The more you scoop it onto the floor, that means you less to get to drink, to eat. Okay? So if you can use a chopstick well, you can see this woman holds it very well. And it is not something where you just take a fork and a spoon and turn it around and use it as a chopstick. It's like lips saying, okay? So here you basically say you need to have deep appreciation of the culture, of the society, of the country that you are going to do business with. Okay? Understand them. And if you can do that, then you are able to participate, appreciate lunch, dinner with your colleagues. So that was me with my staff members at that time. We took them out and just to take that picture, okay? Just to show it to you today. So here, you have to love, you have to befriend, you have to appreciate. And lastly, it will not happen overnight. It will happen. Okay? So to sum it up, a very thought-provoking title is that, do you know geography? Okay? If you know geography, you're more likely to succeed. If you do not know geography, you're more likely to become history. Okay? So I play the words with geography and history. Right? So I hope after these 30 minutes of presentation, it gives you some ideas about the importance of marketing, international marketing. What Yuri has mentioned about marketing is domestic marketing. What I'm talking to you about same marketing techniques, marketing objectives, techniques, and approaches, research, go to an international market. Okay? So international market could be Poland, could be Hungary, could be Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, and so on. So again, they are very different. Okay? So I stop here. You got 2 more minutes. Any questions? Yes.
Hi, thank you for your presentation, of course. I have a question about like the differences in marketing in Poland, because you said about some kind of Asian countries that you've researched into. Have you noticed some differences between, let's say, either China or New Zealand that are like very apparent between like in Poland and New Zealand? What are the consumers' preferences and what they prefer in comparison to New Zealand's consumers?
Well, first of all, to start off with, when I came here, I found the Polish people generally, are less likely, are less approachable. Okay, you want to know more about we first before you start to talk, before you start to do. Whereas the New Zealanders will be the other way around. It's more like, hello, how are you? How can I help you? And so on. So there's subtle differences there. And probably, again, is I think in terms of drinking, could be the same, right? You can drink as much as you like. I was at Frankfurt Airport, and they say I can buy 10 liters of wine, liquor to Poland. Okay, so in New Zealand, there's some restrictions, okay, as to how much you can drink, and also in terms of food. Okay? Food in New Zealand are more cosmopolitan. There are more food from sushi, from Vietnam, from Thailand, from India, and so on. When I walk around here, I think I only saw one sushi store here. So probably you are not much into eating Japanese food yet, but it will come. Okay? So that is how so far I've observed in terms of between Polish and New Zealanders, or Chinese, for example, probably they will like to have a different food. I mean, personally, when I go to a city or a country, I tend to eat what is offered by that country. Okay, so my time is up. All right, thank you for listening to me, and all the best. Maybe I see you in one of those places. Thank you.
Professor Kim Pham, thank you very much indeed. As for Japanese food and sushi, I just have to say something, make a short comment. So from my perspective, it's different than from yours, because I think that we have loads of sushi places in Poland, and we like it very much. We like to eat sushi, and you can find a lot of places like that. Also in Katowice, I think, and also other cuisines are present in Poland. So we are getting there quite fast. So thank you very much. It was really interesting. I remember learning when I was in Japan a few years ago. I remember learning how to accept a business card that it's different than here. When you accept a business card, you just take it and put it to your pocket. In Japan, you should have a look at it. You should read it while talking to that person, and you should notice that person, it's his or her business card, and it's polite, and you should know it. So you are learning. We are learning all the time. Now it's time for the last presentation during this session. And Professor Jorge F.S. Gomes is full professor in organizational behavior and human resource management at the Lisbon School of Economics and Management, University of Lisbon, and researcher at Advanced Dr. Gomez's research interests cover the human resource management process view and alternative perspectives on leadership. And the title of the presentation sounds, very interesting. Maybe we will think about what it is really going to be about, because the title sounds like that. The pursuit of happiness, from the idealized to the subjective. Professor Jorge Gomes, University of Lisbon, Portugal. Good morning again, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning again. How are you today? Feeling good? How many of you have been to New Zealand? Raise your hand. How many of you have been to Portugal? Some people, yeah. How many have you been to Brazil? We have a presenter from Brazil later on. 1, 2. Paraguay? Right. How many of you have felt in the last 20 years some deep feelings of happiness? How many times have you been, feeling happy or unhappy? Be honest. Raise your hands. More people feeling happy or unhappy than been to Brazil or been to Paraguay. So this is, economics without borders. So if happiness is not without borders, you tell me what's without borders, right? Borders are not only about geographic borders, also about scientific borders and many other borders. So I'll be speaking about the pursuit of happiness. And by the way, we're talking about cultural differences, right? How do you, expect to hand a business card to somebody in Japan? Well, talking about differences, and my name is not Jorge, my name is Jorge, or in Portuguese, Jorge. So if you want to spell it right, Jorge is in Spanish, right? But George is okay, it's in English. But if you try harder, it's Jorge, which is kind of weird. It's the same problem I have when I try to say names in Polish. I very oftentimes, I'm not able to do it. Yeah, it's just the way, So first of all, I'd like to thank the invitation to be here. It's my first time in Katowice. I don't think even you say Katowice, it's Katowice. Katowice, right? Katowice. So it's my first time here. I'm very happy to be here. Very happy to be here because one of the things I find very interesting in life is to go abroad. Just be as a tourist or as just somebody delivering these speeches, I find this a very interesting thing in my life. So I'll be talking about happiness, and I'll be trying to show you how happiness is interesting for almost all areas in science, not only economics. But we'll start with economics. And then we'll dig into different areas, including religion, which was already mentioned here, arts, science, and then I will introduce you to a slightly different way of thinking about happiness. As the presenter said, I work in the School of Economics and Management in Portugal. We have many students from Poland there. I teach Polish students too. And one of the things that I found so far very interesting is how fast you Polish students learn Portuguese. I don't know why, because our languages are so different. But for some reason, you have this, this ability to learn our language. And when you do that, you immerse yourselves in our society. And when you immerse yourselves in our society, you get to see the nice things that we have there. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the pursuit of happiness and from what we call the ideal to the subjective perspective of happiness. Happiness is something that everybody knows a little bit about. Everybody has experienced moments of happiness, moments of contentment, but also moments of not so much happiness. Okay? So, if we are to believe in what Blaise Pascal said, everybody is pursuing happiness in their lives. I mean, look, I didn't wake up this morning and started wondering, how can I be happy? You know, what is happiness? You just don't believe those things. You don't think about those things early in the morning, do you? I mean, it's okay if you think about happiness in the morning, but usually people are more practical oriented, aren't we? You know, just brush our teeth, you know, just go to the toilet, have our breakfast and so on. It's not something that is in your mind all the time. But for sure, everybody in this room, without any exception, already thought on how we can be happy, or even more precisely, happier. Because happy is not about 0 or 1, black or white. It's about the scale. It's about the continuum. You can be more or less happy. So, oops, where did it go? Okay. So these are the questions, right, that drive everybody. Believe it or not, it's one of the most important quests in life, right? What is happiness and how can one be happy? And, you know, I don't know what with the previous presenters saw, but I'm looking at all of you and he's going to teach me, he's going to tell me how I can be happy. I hope I can respond to those deep questions that you have. Okay, first of all, let me give you the generic context. Happiness has been there forever. Interestingly, only in the last 40 to 50 years, it's been dealt with science, biology, psychology, but also management and economics have been looking at happiness. Only in the last 40 to 50 years. But it has been there forever. And I'll start with these 3 examples. In 1972, King Jigme Wangchuk from Bhutan, he introduced the concept of GNH, gross national happiness. He said that it's a much better concept than the concept of GDP, because it's a multidimensional concept. It includes 9 dimensions, from health to education, from income to many other things. The concept of GDP in economics is relatively not so wide. So he said this is a more holistic approach to life. And up to today, they're still using this concept. Another evolution of how happiness is becoming more important in our societies, that came from the United Nations in 2012. They produced the World Happiness Report. And look at the numbers that I got from 2022. Finland is the happiest country in the world. Then New Zealand, it's the 10th happiest country in the world. Australia, the 12th, and Poland is the 48th happiest country in the world. And Portugal is the 56th happiest country in the world. Maybe maybe I'm the exception here. I look happy. Don't I look happy to you? Yeah? You see, but I'm Portuguese, and the reasons why we are not so happy as the Finnish people, I have no idea. But a fact is that we are not very well in that, in that ranking. And finally, you also find happiness in arts, in movies, in books. I mean, there are so many self-help books out there, all about happiness. How can you be, happier in life? So the economics of happiness, because it exists as an area in economics, is huge. Multi-billion-dollar economy. Lots of things happening, lots of money to do, to make with the economics of happiness. Many different areas. I would stimulate you, if, of course, you want to pursue economics, to, to dig in, explore this particular area in economics. But then we also have happiness in religion and philosophy. Take a look at these examples. In Zoroastrianism, which is one of the oldest faiths in the world, in fact, it's previous to Islam, previous to Christianity, and previous to Judaism. How can you become happy? Well, you become happy when you unite yourself with the ultimate God, with the supreme God. So, but how do you do it? How do you get there? There is a way. Yeah? You have to have good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, meaning good actions. So there is this catch. If you look at the three Abrahamic religions, it's pretty similar. All of them say there is a catch to be happy, right? You have to follow these commandments. You have to follow these principles if you want to pursue happiness. And then you go on, and you find a similar way of thinking in both Buddhism and Hinduism, although it's different. For example, in Buddhism, happiness is achieved by removing all sources of desire or suffering. Only then you can achieve, only then you can, aim at becoming happy. And then, you go on in philosophy. Aristotle, happiness is the ultimate purpose of human existence. That's what we all aim for. And finally, in Confucianism, you see happiness as the development of good character. What these things have in common, you see, is that you have to follow certain paths. You have to follow certain ways. You have to abide to a few principles. If you 40% of differences in people, in terms of happiness, are due to the genetics, which is, how can I put it, removement of pain and so on. But then also, the context matters a lot. Kim was telling you about the differences in contextual, cultural contexts, right? So we believe that happiness also depends on different contexts. The way, maybe, I don't know, but the way the Polish people overall, collectively, define happiness, maybe it's different from the way collectively we, the Portuguese, define happiness. But the more different the culture, the more likely to define and redefine happiness in different ways. And the same in terms of time. What we defined as happiness thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago, maybe not the same as we define happiness now. There's this interesting concept of blue zones. Have you ever heard about blue zones concept? They are the places where people live happy forever. It looks like the end of a movie, right? Like people live happily forever. There are a couple of places in the world where people do live up to their 100 and plus more years, but they live healthy, they live, and happy too. Places like, for example, if I can remember correctly, there one place in Greece where the average age is like 95 years old, another one in Japan, and another one in Italy, And when you study those blue zones, you find interesting communalities. They live long, all of them, but at the same time, they have a community that helps them to go through things. They eat good, they have good diets, they exercise, and so on and so forth. Which means that although there are biological roots in terms of how people can be happy or unhappy, we can do something about it. To live longer and to live in a happier way. And finally, there is also the psychology of happiness. I have no idea what you're studying. You are in the moment of taking those big decisions in life, aren't you? You're coming here, maybe you're coming to different universities and you're listening to different presentations. How many of you have decided to come to economics? Don't record this now. How many of you have decided to come to economics? Okay. Are the other ones still undecided, or you already decided to go to some other places? Hey? Well, psychology is an interesting field. It crosses marketing. You're also from a psychology background. It crosses marketing, it crosses economics, it crosses management, and so on. And all these different concepts come from psychology with applications into all these different areas, including the economics field. I think it was already one of you two that also talked about the meaning of life and why are we here. Anyway, so again, what all these things have in common is, again, they teach you how to be happy. They advise you how to be happy. They give you recommendations on how to be happy. You just have to follow this particular set of rules, either religious, either philosophical perspectives, either scientific ones, or whatever, right? We can't say these are wrong or right. They are good advices, right? They are good recommendations, and they also are the collective knowledge of people that lived longer than you, right? And as such, they know about how to become happy. Having said that, if happiness really depends on the context, then I was wondering while I was preparing this presentation, what makes Z generation, the millennials, happy? You. And I found this. So this is Maslow's pyramid with its 5 first levels. And then, for those who don't know about Maslow's pyramid, it's basically about 5 levels of needs that we all have, and we function so that we fulfill all our needs, right? So apparently in the millennials, we have all these different technologies fulfilling our basic needs, from the physiological needs to the safety needs, and the belonging, and the esteem and self-actualization needs. So it's all about using technology. I'm not sure if this is right or wrong. I've never conducted any research checking what makes millennials happy or less happy. But for sure, this is an interesting portrait and, of course, a provocating portrait of what makes you guys happy. Now, what you don't know, maybe, is that towards the end of his life, Maslow published a couple of papers, and he introduced a 6th level that rarely people teach in universities because they've never read those last papers of Maslow. And he proposed the 6th level, which goes beyond us, goes beyond all those different needs. He called it self-transcendence needs. So what you do to go beyond your individual needs, because all the first 5 are about you. But self-transcendence needs is about others. What do we do to please others? What do we do to make the world a better world? Now, about that, I didn't find anything that could relate to that in terms of the millennials. So you see, we already know a few things about happiness, but there are many things that we don't know about happiness as seen from these recent generations. Yesterday at dinner, we were talking about our kids. I have 2 kids, and we were sharing our thoughts about how the young generation looks at the world. And one of the things that we agreed on, maybe the only thing, was that you have different ways of thinking about work. of thinking about corporations. By the way, this is also big business, happiness to corporations. And you have a different way to approach work. The way you look at work is not the same way as we look at work. There was also an interesting study published not far ago, maybe, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago, that showed that the millennials is the generation that has a different brain, structural differences from the other 4 generations which are working nowadays. We have 5 generations working at this present moment in our corporations. You are the youngest one. You're going to start, working in very few years, if you haven't started already. Your brains, these researchers found, are structurally different from the 4 previous generations. Now, their explanation is that your brains are different because you are operating with technology much more intensively, much more diversely than the 4 generations before you. So if you look at your parents, your grandparents, they're also using technology. We are using technology, but not like you were doing. Like you're doing it in a totally different way. And that, according to these researchers, is the factor, it's the functioning of you working with technology that is causing that brain structural differences when you compare with the 4 other generations. What that is bringing in terms of many things, in terms of how we define friendship, how we define work, what is work, and how we define happiness, we still do not know. We do not know that, right? Maybe some of you will be researching this in the future. Anyway, I still haven't responded those 2 big questions. Before going to finally respond to those big questions, I will give you a few minutes to read the following questions and sentences. Number 4 there is based on a true story. Okay, an elderly lady, she's got Alzheimer's disease. She no longer can recognize her children, not even her, but she smiles every day, she dances, she sings. She's very happy. They have, material goods. They have what for us looks like a very interesting, fulfilling environment, but still they are not happy. Or explains many other things regarding happiness, and by the way, not only about happiness. Many of these concepts can be explained by what's coming ahead. So I'd like to introduce you to these 2 different ways of looking that comes from religion, philosophy, history, culture, our parents, whatever. It exists in the future. It's like, if you do that, you will be happy. So follow those rules, follow those principles. But then we have happiness as a subjective experience. That is the real happiness. It's the happiness that you experience now, in the present. And it's highly subjective. It's highly due to the way you are aiming at the future, what you want from the future. That's extremely important. How can I be happy? Do I like economics? Would I go to economics? Does it make me happier in the future? Does it bring me money or not? But the other one is what you're going through now. In that particular case, you have options. being happy now, you have a saying. You can decide whether or not to feel happier or not. So when we look at how do we observe both things, so I'll just give you these two examples. This is about the wellness model. Again, is if you want to be happy, if you want to live longer, you just follow this model, or any other model, in fact. You know, I mean, work out your spiritual, your vocational, your emotional, and so on. You can find this model everywhere. But you can find many other models too. But it's the subjective perspective about happiness that makes the difference. And makes the difference because you can choose to be happy. Of course, you know, you'll be affected by the context, but you can choose to be happy. I'll finish with an example of a very powerful book I read a few years ago by Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning. And the book is about Viktor Frankl's own experience in the concentration camps in the Second World War. I don't know if you came across with this book. It's a very powerful book, but the message of the book is very similar to this one. Many people in those concentration camps, including one that is not far from here, you know, when you went into those concentration camps, everything lost meaning to you. You were either saved by this official or you were sent to, you know, to the final destiny. And Viktor Frankl's proposition is that some people just abandon themselves. They just let it go. And those people were the first ones to go. They just, you know, they just lost hope. Whereas those who kept going, who kept believing, who kept having hope about the future, that someday that would finish, were the ones that survived, and survived with their mind more or less intact. So there is a choice. There is, you know, something that you can choose regarding how to be happy. And time out. Yeah, I'd like to thank you for listening to me. And of course, I'm very happy to take your questions now. Thank you.
Of course, thank you for your presentation, and I have a question. Do you think that those two models can be, for a person, related with each other? And you can be like, can they be related, basically, those subjective one and the model you were talking about?
Well, they exist in you, right? So they're already related at the basis. The thing is that you shouldn't concentrate too much on what others tell you to be, how to be happy, right? You have to find your own way. You have to find your own path. And that's something that you have to work out every day. Of course, if you follow that wheel, right, wellness wheel, I think there is very likely that you will be happy. Yeah, I'm following that wheel or other things as well. I'm working on, I'm reading an interesting book about how your genetics affect your longevity, right? And it's already written in our genes. We can't do much about it. But the book is written by a psychologist and biologist. And I'm now coming to the moment where the psychologist is writing, and apparently, although it's written in our genes, we can change some of the things we do in life, right? In order to, you know, get better, get there longer and happier and so on, right? I would suggest you to do this exercise when you go back home today. Yeah. For those who have grandparents, I think it works also with parents, but if you have grandparents, and if they are like in their 70s, even 80s, ask them, what makes them happy? What makes an 80-year-old person happy? It's retired, no longer working, it's, it's not making any profit, right? It's just lots of work with that person, but still, are they happy? I asked that to my granddad when he was 93, and I got a wonderful answer. You do that to your grandparents, and I'm sure you'll get wonderful answers.
Okay, thank you so much.
Is that the deal? Okay, don't forget that.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thanks a lot. You can take it with you. Not maybe to Portugal, but thanks a lot. It was really very interesting. And well, my grandparents obviously are not living anymore, but I'll ask that question to my father. He's 88, and I'm really curious what he's going to say. I wanted ChatGPT, my academic writer, in my application to sum it up, to sum this topic, happiness. So I asked that question, what is happiness? And it gave me introduction, definition of happiness, factors that contribute to happiness, measuring happiness, etc. So I'm not going to read it to you because it would last like 10 minutes or something. But anyway, we are just about to close the first session of today's conference, and we'll have a break. But before we go for the break, I would like to recommend the Global Village to you. Global Village, I don't know if you heard about it. It's a special project which you can have a look at here on the 2nd and 4th level. So Global Village is a kind of an interactive exhibition where students, supervised by lecturers, prepare special zones, booths, showcasing facts and cultural aspects of different countries and continents. So it sounds really interesting. Altogether, you will have half an hour to have a coffee, to have a look at Global Village. And the information that I would like to also give to you is that if you would like to stay with us for the second part, the next session, you can stay with us. You're welcome. So, have a nice coffee break and see you in half an hour. Oh, 15 minutes. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. So, that was fake news. Of course. So, see you in 15 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're just about to start the second session. It's Economics Without Borders, third edition, day 3, session 2. And just to remind you, this edition of Economics Without Borders project is dedicated to South America and Australia and New Zealand. And let me first introduce our special guests who came here from different parts of the world and who are here with us. We already had 3 presentations and there are 3 in front of us. Professor Yuri Seo, the University of Auckland Business School, New Zealand, is with us. Hello again. Professor Kim Pham, Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. Again, good morning. Good afternoon. Professor Jorge, thank you. Jorge Gomes, University of Lisbon, Portugal. Professor Ilderberto Parecido Rodello, University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. I'm terribly sorry, my pronunciation wasn't perfect. We can talk about it later. Berto, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so it's Berto. I remember. Professor Evert Blanco, the National University of Asunción, Paraguay. And Miguel Feldman, the Portuguese Ombudsman Office, Portugal. So a bunch of information for you. We are having a live broadcast which is being held on the university's YouTube channel, and it is being recorded, so you will be able to watch it again quite soon. We'll have a round of speeches, the second part, the second session of today, which will consist of 3 speeches, and it will take, altogether, it will take approximately 1.5 hours. And what else should I say? Well, I just thought about ChatGPT. We talked about ChatGPT. Well, I talked about ChatGPT in the first part, and then I realized that when we met half a year ago, which was autumn last year, I don't know, but maybe ChatGPT existed already, but we didn't talk about it. We didn't even know about it. Now it's only 6 months, and it's so present. Amazing. Okay, now it's time for official opening, and I have a pleasure to ask for a few words. A person who is a real host and who initiated the whole project, Europe, which is Economics Without Borders. It's Vice Rector for Education and International Relations, Professor Sławomir Smyczek. Good morning again.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, well, it's before the midday, so it's a good morning, still good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a huge privilege and honor on behalf of the authorities of our university to welcome all of you to the University of Economics in Katowice for the third edition of the international project Economics Without Border. This project has received fundings from the Ministry of Education and Science. The minister announced the call for the social responsibility of science. So the main idea was to promote the science, to show that the science has a huge influence on our life and can bring positive things. Of course, it could be dangerous what we discover, but thanks to the ethics that we are going to add to this to our research, we would like to create some innovation which help us to improve our world for the better life, not only for our generation, but also for the next generations. So Economics Without Borders, we would like to, thanks to this project, we would like to promote economy. Economics is not boring science, it's very interesting, and economy touch all of us every day, and also it doesn't matter if you are a customer, if you run your company, or you are working for the company. So the better life you will have if you will understand in better way the economy and different aspects of the economy, logistics, marketing, management, finance, so all different issues you can study here at our university. So to create this project, Economy Without Border, we prepare variety of different activities. So we have the special debates dedicated mostly to the students and to the professors and the young researchers, debates on the different topics with the representatives of the different continents. Because as we can recognize, thanks to these debates, doesn't matter if we are talking about the Europe, about the America, South America, North America, Asia, Australia, New Zealand, or Africa, we have very similar problems. Of course, the environment is different, culture is different, but all of us, we are human, and we have the same dreams, and we would like to solve the same challenges. A part of it, we also have the special meetings for the PhD candidates, that the young researchers of our university, they have a unique opportunity to meet with the professors from around the world, and they could be inspired by them in their own research. And finally, we have special speeches and the presentations that our guests, our professors, they would like to share with you. And you are the most important, the high school students in this classroom. Of course, we have fantastic guests, and we are happy that they accept our invitations. But everything what we do here, we are doing for you. Because we would like to give you some inspiration that you can reach something more than the average of your colleagues do. And you are already a winner, because you are here. And you can experience with the knowledge that is from all over the world. And I hope, I strongly believe that after this day, after the reflections you will have during the weekend, or even longer, you will find out some good directions in your life. Maybe there will be the moment that you change your life, that you will find that what you are going to do, or maybe there will be the time that you want to go deeper and deeper to the particular topics, and thanks to this you will discover something. And a part of it, we also organize the Global Village, because the countries, the continents are not only the economy, not only the business, but also there is a culture, there are the arts and everything. So we would like to also share with you this information on the Global Village, which is taking place on the second floor and also on the fourth floor. So I wish you enjoying stay at the University of Economics in Katowice, and remember that always you can come back here because it's your place, your space, and your future. Thank you very much. Oh, actually, I forget to because actually I start talking by heart, so I forget to tell about the very important issue, because our project got the honored patronage of the Minister of Education and Science, also the voivodeship of Silesia region, the Marshal of the Silesia region, also the President of the Katowice city, our metropolis. Also, we got the patronage from NAVA, which is National Association for the International Exchange, and CIMAN. This is international institution which gave us 2 years ago international accreditation that guaranteed the high standard of the teaching of the programs at our university. A part of it, we also received the honored patronage of the CRASP, which is the Conference of the Rectors of the Public Universities in Poland, which we are the member. The CRUE, which is the Conference of the Rectors of the University of Economics. Then we have the patronage of the Association of the Polish Economists, the organization Perspective, the PROM, which is the Association for Public Relations and Promotion of the Higher Institutions, and of course our rector, Professor Celina Olszak. And finally, we are very happy that we received the media patronage, which is the Polish television Katowice, Dziennik Zachodni, which is our local newspaper, the Polish Radio Katowice, Nasze Miasto, and and the Forum, which is the academic journal presenting the news from the academic side. So this is also officially the second part could be open, and I hope that you will enjoy the following presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. So we've got it, we opened it. Before I introduce the first speaker of the second session, I would like you to watch 2 short films, animations, about 2 continents, which the session, this edition of Economics Without Borders is dedicated to, which is South America and Australia and New Zealand. So let's have a look, let's watch it.
My name is Hela, and I'm from University of Economics in Katowice, and I think that economics has no borders. There are 7 continents in the world. In this series, I'm going to fill you in on details about their economic and socio-cultural issues. Let me guide you across South America today. South America, the 4th largest of the world continents, is found in the Western Hemisphere and covers 12% of the total Earth's land area. South America consists of 12 countries and it's populated by over 440 million people. Despite that, South America has many languages. Portuguese and Spanish are commonly spoken, but also English, German, Italian, French, and many others. Called a land of extremes thanks to the uniqueness of its natural features such as diverse terrain and climate, tropical, temperate, arid and cold. The Amazon rainforest is the largest tropical forest in the world. It also a home to untamed indigenous tribes. The researchers believe that there are 77 uncontacted tribes here. 20% of the world's bird species live here, including toucans and hummingbirds. As for 2023, the nominal GDP of South America is over $4 trillion. South Americans suffer from 6.3% inflation and unemployment rate of around 10%. Average price of petrol is almost $1 per liter. Monthly salary stands at $1,604. 1.2% of the population doesn't have access to electricity. As for 2019, CO2 emissions amount to 2.6 metric tons per capita. Did you know that the world's largest coffee producer, Brazil, is located on this continent? Brazil has been the highest producing country for coffee for over 150 years. Chile is the top copper producer in the world with 28% of global copper production and the world's second largest producer of lithium with 22% share of world production. Most houses in Paraguay don't have doorbells. Visitors clap their hands for a few seconds to announce themselves. Amazon River is the largest river by discharge volume of water in the world, with an average flow of 230,000 cubic meters per second. That's all for now. If you want to know more about our world, check out our YouTube channel. And if you want to learn more about economics, study at University of Economics in Katowice, Poland. is Hela, and I'm from University of Economics in Katowice, and I think that economics has no borders. There are 7 continents in the world. In this series, I'm going to fill you in on details about the economic and socio-cultural issues. Let me guide you across Australia today. Australia is the world's smallest continent, though it is also the 6th largest country in the world located in the southern hemisphere. As one of the wealthiest in the world, its income per capita fluctuates around $68,000. The population is over 26 million and an average density of only 3 persons per square kilometer of total land area. The geography of the continent is extremely diverse, ranging from the snow-capped mountains of the Australian Alps to large desert, tropical and temperate forests. Due to rough terrain inland, the vast majority of the population lives on the shore. The nominal GDP in Australia is $1.55 trillion. As for 2023, residents suffers from 7.8% inflation and unemployment rate is around 3.5%. They pay $1.2 for 1 liter of gas, while their monthly salary is $1,588. Rich in natural resources, Australia is the major exporter of agricultural products, particularly wheat and wool, minerals such as iron ore and gold, and energy in the forms of liquefied natural gas and coal. Every citizen has access to electricity. CO2 emissions amount to 15.3 metric tons per capita. Did you know that the Great Barrier Reef is the largest ecosystem in the world? It consists of nearly 2,500 individual reefs. Snorkeling and diving in the water is a popular form of entertainment. Australia is also one of the most popular surfing destinations. Tasmania has the cleanest air in the world. This makes it the ideal spot for walking, exploring the caves and kayaking. Australia has more than 60 separate wine regions. The majority of them are in New South Wales and Victoria. 80% of the animals that live in Australia cannot be spotted anywhere else. Among them, there are several interesting species, including kangaroos. That's all for now. If you want to know more about our world, check out our YouTube channel. And if you want to learn more about economics, study at University of Economics in Katowice, Poland.
Thank you, Hela. Hela did great, I think. So let's have a round of applause for Hela and for all the information we got thanks to her. I'm still thinking about the doorbells in Paraguay. Is that true or not? Maybe we'll talk about it later. Okay. Now it's time for the first presentation. And let me introduce a speaker. Alberto Aparecido Rodello is an experienced professor and researcher with 20+ years of a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry. He is a PhD on applied sciences, computer physics, with strong education professionals skilled in information technology and information systems, mainly for virtual and augmented reality development and data-driven decision-making. The title of the presentation is Nomadism Digital, Opportunities with Sun and Diversity. Professor Alberto Aparecido Rodello, University of São Paulo, Brazil. Good morning again, and the floor is yours.
So, hello, are you fine? I think so. I'm happy to be here. Usually I just say I'm glad to be here, but I would like to highlight this word, I'm happy, very happy to be here, referring to the last lecture here, Professor Jorge. For me, it's a pleasure And I confess to you, I'm a little bit more nervous than yesterday. So I talked yesterday, but a little bit more nervous today, because when the University of Katowice asked to me to deliver inspiring speech, I just think by myself, oh, what can I do for the youngers? Okay, and it seems to me a really big responsibility. I believe that's the reason, because I'm a little bit more nervous. But I'm happy, very happy and thankful to be here. Okay, it for me is a pleasure. And I just thought about what subject I supposed to deliver to the high school students. How can I tell to him, or what can I tell, could I tell to him or to her about my life, or about some experiences. And I'm from information technology area, and I just think, okay, probably they are not so interested to listen history of my life. How can I get some position or something like that? But maybe I can deliver something related to the future and what you can do, and what you can, the way you can live to reach, for instance, the happiness. Okay? And I will talk a little bit about job. Before that, I would like to introduce myself a little bit more deeply. I'm a computer scientist, as I told you, and my master and PhD was in computer science. I worked for 10 years in a computer science university, teaching about computer science methodologies, etc. In 2018, I changed my life completely, because I changed the job, my position. I changed my university. In USP, University of São Paulo, I teach to business administration course. And I consider this is very interesting, because I know how to develop system, and now I know also how to use the systems, the information technology. At the first time, I just know about how to develop methodologies and etc. And now I got that situation, the changing situation, to learn a little bit more. And every day, I think we can learn a little bit more. I learned a lot here from the 3 first presentations. And I hope to learn for the 2 last ones. So, since I was starting my professional career, when I was intern, that's supposed to be 1994, more or less. Please don't calculate my age. I just had one challenge to teach about, so in that age, 1992, the information technology was not you have today. I've worked with mainframes. Have you heard about mainframes? I don't think so, yes. And it was happening, changing for the mainframes to personal computers. We call that downsize. And in my company, when where I was in intern, just me had some knowledge about personal computers. And I was it was my responsibility in that time. My boss said to me, "You need to teach to the others about personal computers." I said, "Oh, should I teach to experienced leaders about mainframes, something about personal computers?" He said, "Yes." So, okay, let's try it. And that time I discovered to be a professor. And after left my intern time, I just started to teach, and since then I'm a teacher, after that a professor in a high institution, and etc. until today. And to talk, to learn, to teach, and to learn for me is an issue of happiness, I think. Okay, it's my second time here in Katowice. I was here in 2018 as an invited lecturer in International Week. And I was also remotely in 2021. And now here on site again. And I learned a lot. And I would like to share to you that the same happiness I have here, to be here, I think you can be happy in another part of the country and making or working in a job as you want. So, let's start or try to start my inspiring speech. Because until now I just present myself. Okay. That's phrase, look for the best in the bad situations. Okay. What was the bad situations we lived last 2 years ago, more or less? What was? Pandemics. Okay, the pandemics. I told you I learn every day a little bit, and I think the pandemics teach to us a little bit. About what? Okay, I'm from information technology. And what the pandemics touch us about information technology? That it's possible to have a homework. That's possible to deliver classes on remote mode. That it's possible to do a lot of things using the computers. And what do you think about to have a job, for instance, in a Polish company, to live in Brazil, and to work from Brazil to a Polish company here, earning in zlotys and living there? What do you think about? It sounds good?
Depends on the income, I would say.
Or work for American company or British company. Okay, let's suppose to work to American company to earn money in dollar and to live in a Caribbean country and work from there to the company, to American company. I think it seems like sounds good, okay? And that's is supposed to be my topic here, to talk a little bit about digital nomadism. And my inspiration to talk to you about that was a colleague of mine. In the beginning of the pandemics, she was working on site for a university in São Paulo City. I'm not from São Paulo City, I'm from São Paulo State in Brazil, but she was in São Paulo City. And she just left everything and moved to the beach and deliver the classes from the beach during the whole pandemics. So, I think it sounds really good, okay? And my inspiration to talk to you about the digital nomadism, is that history. And I started to study a little bit more, to learn a little bit more digital nomadism. And the definition is that people who travel freely while working remotely using information technology and the internet. So you have some requirements to do that. I will talk a little bit about that. And generally, you have minimal material possessions. For instance, if you ask to me, oh, would you like to be a digital nomad? I will answer to you, yes, but I can't. Why not? Because I have family, I have some possessions. It's difficult to me to change. But for you, you are beginning your life, and for a short or a period of your life, you can do it. You can pursue some perspective and analyze situations and decide in after. Okay. What you thinking about work here? Great? Yeah, the beach is a Brazilian beach. Okay? What about here? Is also a Brazilian scenario. Is in a state called Mato Grosso. Or here, enjoying the carnival. We don't have carnival during the whole year, but in a period, and you can enjoy it this time. Oh, you can say, no, I'm not interested in beaches or in carnival. I want to live in Brazil, but in a scenario, in a European scenario. Yeah, you can do it. This is a city in a south state in Brazil called Gramado. It's in Rio Grande do Sul state. You have there a strong immigration from Europeans, German, Italians, and maybe Polish. Okay. And you can also say, no, I'm hard work. I like to live in a big city, and I can live in São Paulo. So, as a digital nomad, you can do it and work for a company from New Zealand, from Portugal, from Poland, okay, from Paraguay. Or you can live in Paraguay and work for an European company. This is possible today, mainly due to the pandemics. Because we learn about to use information technology as a support or a tool for our work. So, I'm here to talk a little bit more Brazil. Good things about Brazil, because I know some people said some not so bad news from Brazil. And here I'd like to introduce a little bit information. We are a tropical country, the most of the parts here. Our average temperature, but it's incredible. Yesterday, you had snow in a city in Brazil. Yeah, I'm not believing that, but yes, the city is more or less here. Okay, we had 6 biomes. You have cultural diversity, and you have a very, very friendly people. And what supposed should I need to be a digital nomad? First, a job. Any job? I don't think so. Why? Because the job needs, you need to be, or to have freedom and flexibility. That job that you have to work from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. is not interesting job for nomadism. Just thinking about, so I'm working to a Polish company and living in Brazil, and I need to start to work at 9 a.m., but we are in Brazil at, let's calculate, 4 a.m. Oh, it's not sound good. So we need to work not for hours, but for tasks. To complete tasks when you can complete, okay? So what else I need? Infrastructure. So there we have very sleeping conditions in the most of the cities, medical care, access, etc., etc. Internet accessibility, that's a very, very important point. You are working with information technology, delivering remotely, and you need a very good internet accessibility. Okay, talk a little bit about Brazil. We are implementing 5G, and you have very good internet connections, mainly in the major cities. Okay, cost of living, co-working space, and to check cultural offers and things to do. I just would like to highlight too that you can, as a nomad, to spend, for instance, 3 months in Brazil, 3 months in Paraguay, other 3 months in Canada, working to the same company. And for me, that sounds interesting if I was 24, okay? Continuing to talk to you a little bit about that, maybe I start to convincing you and you are oh, that sounds interesting. And what should I do? Planning. That's the first part. Raise funds. You need to begin. When you start a company, you need some funds to start a company. And you start this way of life, you need funds to start the way of life. Okay? Probably you need to work a little bit here in Poland or in another country to raise your funds and start to be a nomad. Maybe. But this is referring to planning. Okay? Balance. When you are a nomad, a digital nomad, you are not a tourist. So you need to balance your job and the tourism. That's seems to be a little bit difficult, okay? And discipline to complete the tasks and the responsibility. What about the professions? What can I do? I can be a freelancer. Here you have some professions related to freelancers. You can be a remote worker. Some positions related to a remote worker, or you can be an interpartner. Here you also have some things that you can do. Okay? In fact, there's classifications I'm showing you as in the general. Okay? Some facts related to the digital norms. They are increasing around in the worldwide. Today, they are 35 million of digital nomads. What about this, the age? 32 years old. The salary? $120,000 by year. But it depends on the job, the position. The demography is balanced between males and females, and the big challenge is the Wi-Fi and to find a good place for working. Asked in a research, they asked to the digital nomads what they prefer about the workstations, and here have some numbers related to that, and the best traveling places or the preferred places who the nomads, digital nomads prefer. Here have America, the first place, Portugal, Germany, and Brazil. Okay? So help me to increase the Brazilian position. And finally, what about some advices or wonders? First, language and cultural barriers. If you are coming to Brazil, try to learn the survival language, just to ask something, because the other things I believe you learn there in immersion. But start to learn something, because you live there for a period, 3 months, 6 months, whatever, and you need to learn something. Okay? Visa. It's a very interesting topic, because some digital nomads just think, okay, I can move on to a country to another, so it's not so like that. You have borders control, and they need to pay taxes. And looking to this increasing nomad way of life, some countries are offering a special visa for digital nomads. You just can say, I'm digital nomads, and I work there for a foreign company, and I would like a visa. Some countries, there is some regulation about that. Okay, just pay attention, and the taxes and the regulations, and be happy as a digital nomad. Here I give you some links where you can take a little bit more information about that. And, if you, Professor Jorge, that's an information technology facility. And that's all for a while. Here I have some information about me by email, but you can find me in the social networks, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, not TikTok, but you can find me there. And I will be happy to give you information, to be your friend, or to have a connection. So guys, I'm free for your questions. Dziękuję. No questions? Who, after my presentations, are thinking, okay, it seems to be interesting to be a digital nomad. Who? Oh. Professor. Yeah, great, great. I believe I inspire you.
Oh yes, you did inspire us. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Professor.
Bye-bye.
Well, imagination, oh yes, thank you. Imagination works, and I started imagining myself doing some, trainings on a beach in Brazil. Would it work or not? Sounds really interesting. Well, and probably we didn't think about the scale of it. I think it was 35 million digital nomads operating in the world, which is quite a lot. Okay, let's move forward. Next speaker. Let me introduce the next speaker. Professor Evert Blanco Salcedo is a professor of private law at the Administrative School of the Faculty of Economic Science at the National University of Asunción. He is a lawyer and a specialist in university didactics with emphasis in organization and curricular orientation. I'm sorry, it's a little bit complicated, but we'll probably know much more and understand much more in a few minutes. And the title of your presentation, Professor, is also the longest one of all today's speeches, and it sounds like that. Student and faculty exchange opportunities between the National University of Asunción and the University of Economics in Katowice, as well as other European universities. So, Professor Evert Blanco, the National University of Asunción, Paraguay. Good morning again. Now it's your time.
Okay, thank you. I want to say something very important. I do have a TikTok account.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
So it's very hard to ask you to visit Paraguay when you listen about all the good things that are in Brazil, right? So I'm gonna try. I'm a lawyer, I'm a singer, a musician, and when I want to relax, I teach. Sounds strange, right? But I really enjoy teaching. And one of the most important things about teaching is this. My mother is a very direct woman. And she always said, mi hijo, which is my son in Spanish, you always have to be surrounded by people smarter than you. So you always learn. And in this case, I am surrounded by way smarter people than me here. Especially here, I want a round of applause for all the professors that are here, please. And thank God I got to do the last one because at first my presentation was really boring, actually. But then when I hear what each professor said, I can do it better. I can do it better. And in a way, they sort of became my personal marketing team. And I'm going to explain you why. Professor Judy first said about to be unique, how uniqueness defines you, and imagine you're going to be probably the only Polish person in Paraguay. Imagine the stories you're going to tell to everyone. For the boys, you know, if you like a girl, you did something that nobody else did it. For girls, you can sound very, you know, out of the box. You took a chance. Why not visit Paraguay then? You can go to Paris, you can go to Berlin in one day and you can come back. But maybe once in your life you're gonna do something completely different. And thanks to Professor Kim here, you could have the tools to be in a completely different culture. Imagine that. Give it Paraguay a chance. And we have an incredible program. If you choose to study here at the university, they have great people here at the international office. But also if you study in another university in Poland or in another country, it's a mandatory thing to at least do one semester in another university in another country, or maybe in South America. What do you think? I mean, how old are you guys here? 18, 17, 16? 19. All right. Paraguay could be a good idea. Remember, being unique, telling a story that nobody else told or tell. And Professor Jorge from Portugal said he was at first showing about the objective and subjective happiness, right? And at first he put some very interesting information about happiness, right? And according to the ranking of the United Nations, Belgium was the happiest. I have never seen a Finland, I'm sorry. I have never seen a Finland happy person ever. Did you? They never smile. They like heavy metal. It's always dark. It's cold all the time. But according to the poll in, let me see, Gallup is a company, one of the most famous companies in the world. They said that, guess what? The happiest country in the world is? Paraguay. Yes. I'll show you the judge here so to see that I'm not lying.
Yeah, world's happiest country? Would you believe Paraguay? Paraguay is the happiest country in the world, with 87% of residents scoring high on an index of positive emotions. Wow, congratulations. Great.
Thank you, thank you. So, thank God I got the last two. Well, Miguel is also going to talk about something really important. But for me, this morning or yesterday, it was so hard to sell Paraguay. I was, everything is bad about Paraguay. And when I get to talk with this amazing team of the University of Economics at Katowice, how well they work, how organized, everything is perfect. What can I offer to you guys? Maybe I can offer you the opportunity to look for the meaning of your life. Because probably you have a perfect life here, but like the Finnish people, you're complaining all the time, right? Do you complain all the time? I want the new iPhone, I want the PlayStation, I want to go to Paris for my birthday. And according to the poll, say in Paraguay, no matter what, we accept the fact that life is imperfect, and we go with it. Maybe Poland had the same tradition because you struggle a lot also. Wars, a lot of suffering. Maybe your DNA is resilient as the Paraguayans. And maybe you can find a connection there. Think about it. So I'm going to show you, this is my university. It's always hot. But we don't have beaches, I'm sorry. There is some boring information. Paraguay is very, very cheap. Very cheap. And imagine through Erasmus Mundus, for example, that program, you can get to spend a semester in my beautiful country. And I don't know what to show you about Paraguay. We don't have anything great. We don't have big mountains like you guys have. We don't have a beautiful church like the one that I saw in Krakow that is like almost 1,000 years old. We don't have the amazing architecture that you have. But we have the people. And in that seeking of happiness, maybe you can find yourself there. Maybe you can find that, oh my God, Poland is so beautiful, I miss Poland. That's the chance that you can find yourself. Usually you find yourself when you get out of your comfort zone and you see that how good your life was. And then you have appreciation for you, for your family, for your country. So, go to Paraguay. Especially if you go, you're probably gonna have a lot of friends from Paraguay, a lot of friends from Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, and like, I don't know, somebody said that you prefer to listen first, right? Is that correct? Paraguayans talk all the time. They're very open. They will send you to your house. They will give you food. They will present you their mothers, the grandmothers. So you will have the opportunity to study the situation, and then you will see that we're nice people. We don't have that much, but we're nice. Some other information. So this is the capital, Asunción. The good thing about Asunción is it's not a big city, and you can go you can go to the university. We have a housing inside campus, so you could live inside the university, and that's completely free. So you can live there, and you will be always at the university. That's always a lot of fun too. And then if you want to travel, there are some places that are interesting. We have the Itaipu Dam, which is, by the way, Paraguay produce 100% of the energy that we consume. It's clean. So we don't use charcoal, we don't use nuclear, everything is clean. Well, the city is not clean really, but at least the energy is. So we have some ruins from the Jesuits, which are really interesting. And we have some falls. These things are good to do if you do it with friends. So, and you're gonna do all of this, and you're not gonna even remember that you went there, but you will remember all the fun you have. You're gonna dance, you're gonna talk to everyone. You're probably gonna be the most famous person in everywhere you go. Because we love foreigners. We love people from other countries. So you're gonna be famous there, no matter where you go. maybe you will fall in love also. And then you will be depressed for a couple of months when you return. Another things that you can do. So the campus. So these are the faculties that we have. The important thing, all the faculties are in one place. So whatever you choose, all of the rest of the faculties are close. So so that means that you're not only going to have friends in economics. I teach at the School of Economics, but you can talk to the people that study engineering. You can talk to people that study architecture, and you can talk to everyone. Because they usually, sometimes they do parties inside the school. I mean, you cannot drink alcohol, but you can dance a lot. You can play football. You can do a lot of stuff. This is the cost of living. You see, $1 equals 7,000 guaraníes, which is our currency. A McDonald's costs $2.85. The bus fare is 25 cents of a dollar. Renting each month costs $214. Food for the entire month, you see? So that is what you spend. And if you live on campus, you're not going to pay rent. And how good is going to look on your resume that you went to Paraguay, you help, to show how the first world work. Maybe you can learn, you can teach something to us. This is some of the programs. The main one is Erasmus. Very easy, and we really want Polish students in our university. And here we had all the information. It's super quick. It's up to you. These are some of the benefits that you can have. We cover medical, because inside campus there's a hospital. So you have medical coverage, Wi-Fi connections. It's not the best, but it works. You can upload your TikTok videos there. So you won't have any problems with that. We help with all the movement, the migratory movement. So this is me and with my students. This is the School of Administration. So thank you so much, and please, if one person goes, for me it's everything. Thank you so much, people.
Any questions about Paraguay?
Yes?
So, do you know the cost of traveling from Poland to Paraguay?
Uh,
For example, some students that are not the income, it's like for us, let's travel there for like a week or less.
to travel as a tourist or to study? Well, it's very important that you plan at least 6 months ahead. And you buy the tickets probably 5 months ahead. And it'll cost you, the fly, it'll cost you around $900. And you can live at my house for free. And well, the trip is a little bit long. You have to be prepared for that. But other than that, then we will go to Brazil. So we go to Sao Paulo. So, and if you want to study, I don't know if there's shorter periods of maybe in the future, but the 1 semester, that's for sure. And like I say, if you study here or in another university, we welcome everyone. All right. Thank you so much.
Just start, okay. Because I really liked that you compared Polish people with Paraguay, and I want to tell you that this is really not too big of an exaggeration. I remember maybe 15, 20 years ago going like you to Western European universities and talking like this, like, you know, there is potential in Poland, you might not know it, you might be scared, maybe we don't have that much to promise you in terms of education or anything, and especially if you talk about Katowice. If you are from Warsaw, maybe people were more willing to go, but to attract international researchers, academics or students to Katowice was not an easy job. Because who knows, you know, most of you haven't heard as well about Katowice.
Yes.
And and now it's different. So the potential of the city was growing amazingly, and it's still the city of change. And right now, I don't have to explain, hello, I am Edita, I am from the city of Katowice, it's 60 kilometers north of Krakow. I don't have to say, because when I say I'm from Katowice, they are saying, aha, the championships of volleyball, aha, the economic congress, or the United Nations climate summit, or now we are the capital of science 2024.
Imagine
it's
that.
not Warsaw, it's not Gdańsk, it's Katowice, you know? So,
Congratulations.
So it's all coming. It's
Thank you so much.
It's worth the effort.
And we need a lot to learn from you guys, and you're doing a wonderful job. I feel so welcome here, and I assure you, if you go to Paraguay, you will feel as welcome as I am here. So thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a win-win situation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you guys.
Thank you, Professor. So, lots of things to think about before we thought and started imagining working in Brazil. Now it's Paraguay, and it sounds really, really exciting. And how about the language? Do you have to know Spanish to go to Paraguay? Can you communicate in English? I mean,
Yes, yes.
Yeah?
But on the other hand, Polish, you learn so easily another language like Portuguese, for example. And
Yeah.
Portuguese and Spanish are...
So it's better to learn Spanish before you go to Paraguay. Or Portuguese before you go to Brazil.
You can get by in English,
Yeah.
but to really talk with people...
Yeah, of course.
But
Yeah.
first, at the
Yeah.
university, a lot of people speak English.
Yeah, it's always like that. Have you thought about learning Polish? Next time you come to Poland, you know, would be...
Yes.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Trzymam kciuki. Okay, next and the last presentation of our session. And I'm going to introduce the speaker and then the presentation. So Miguel Feldman was born in Lisbon. He graduated in law from the Faculty of Law of the Lisbon Catholic University. And he began his career as a lawyer and started as advisor to the Portuguese ombudsman in 1999, after having integrated the office of the Secretary of State of Internal Administration as legal advisor in 2007. He returned to the Ombudsman office in 2009. Between 2014 and 15, he worked at the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in Geneva. He regularly participates in various activities for the promotion of human rights and international cooperation as an expert and trainer. He is currently head of Department of the Portuguese Ombudsman Office and coordinator of the National Preventive Mechanism Against Torture and Ill Treatment. Miguel Feldman, the Portuguese Ombudsman Office, Portugal, of course. Hello again, good morning, good afternoon, The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. First, I would like to thank to the University of Economics in Katowice for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. I also would like to address a special acknowledgement to Professor Slavomir Smijek. Thank you very much. I was very honored to receive the invitation to be here and to participate in this seminar. But in this international event, but it raised a challenge for me. I have a legal background. I work in human rights. I am passionate about human rights. So how would I make the link between an between economy and human rights? So speaking about economics and human rights would be very, very abstract, so I thought that the best way would be to focus on an economic special feature and then go from there. So I choose consumer rights. So at the first look, maybe you can be a little bit inquiring how do human rights relate to consumer rights. But then we will go there. That's why I'm here. So let's begin with human rights. Well, first, before getting into any definition of human rights, I would like to share some ideas on these matters. So the fundament of human rights is the dignity and the value of each person. So other characteristics of human rights is that they are universal, everyone is entitled to them, they are inalienable, you cannot renounce them, you can choose not to exert them, but you cannot renounce to them. Another characteristic is that they are interrelated. For instance, the right to housing cannot be separated from the right to education, because if you don't have a house, you don't have the conditions to study. So they are not separate, they are linked together. And now I choose some definitions of human rights, which I think that will help you to understand the concept. So the first thing I would like to underline is that just because of the fact that you are born, you are entitled to a set of rights. And that is the starting point. From the moment you are born, and some authors consider that also before you are born, you are entitled to a set of rights. Also, another characteristic is that human rights and the respect for human rights prevents discrimination. And the result is that everyone is treated the same way. So, and how did people start to have this consciousness of rights that are given to you by birthright? When did this all begin? Well, the most important moment was after the French Revolution in the 18th century. And the idea of human rights was the idea that the state would not interfere in the private sphere in some aspects. So, for instance, the right of life, the right of liberty, the right for freedom of expression. So these were rights that demanded that the state would not act. So you could live how you would like to live, you could express yourself the way you would like to express yourself without being censored, and you also would have the right to your religion and to participate in religious manifestations. So this was the very beginning, where the first understanding was that you as an individual would have to be protected against the interference of the state. Another moment, and this is also a very, very defining moment, it was after the Second World War, and with everyone in the planet being traumatized by the events and by the horrors of the Second World War, the United Nations were founded, and then the international community understood that it would be necessary that all countries would agree on rights that would be respected and on rights that everyone in the world, in the planet, would have. And I think that's very inspiring. You can see that Eleanor Roosevelt was one of the greatest activists. The wife of President Roosevelt was one of the greatest activists, and she's showing the declarations of human rights that was approved by the United Nations General Assembly in 48. And I think that the first article of this declaration is very inspiring, and it's that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. So this is, if we have this principle in our minds, we understand the essence of human rights. So, after the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it began a movement, an international movement, to safeguard the principles of this declaration. So, not only at a global level within the United Nations scope, but also on a regional level, for instance, regional institutions like the European Union, like the Council of Europe, which Poland is a part of, and also the American Organization of States, and even in Africa and in Asia, there were international organizations that were promoting the values of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And also at the national level, almost every constitution in the world has this concept. I choose an example of the Polish constitution of some human rights that are enshrined. So this is the first principle, that everyone is born equally, and also that human life has to be protected and deserves the respect from the state. Then, so at the first moment, human rights are perceived as an obligation of the state to refrain from interfering with individual lives. But after, during the 50s and the 60s, human rights began to develop and began to be perceived not only as an abstention from the state, but also the fact that to attain the purpose for everyone to be equal and have the same dignity, the state would have the necessity to help them. So this was like a second phase of the human rights. It's not just the importance of the state respecting human rights, but also that the state, the governments have to promote equality and non-discrimination. And this is linked with the perception of human rights englobing other concepts like the right to education, like the right to social protection, and the right to housing. And also, the focus was given to more vulnerable persons, because persons that are more that have more challenging lives, in order to obtain the same level of equality and dignity, require that the state helps them. And so, in line with this new philosophy of human rights, several international treaties were celebrated and signed by the countries that belong to the United Nations that specially protect people that are considered to be in more vulnerable situations. For instance, children, women, people that are racialized, and also migrants, and people living with disabilities. So this is a set of instruments, of international instruments that developed this idea that the state also has to engage and to promote equality and non-discrimination. And so presently we speak about 3 generations of human rights, and we can associate them with the motto of the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity. So the first generation is the civil and political rights. They are linked to liberty, so the right to live, the right to express the political opinions and the religion. Then the second generation, that's when the state began to understand that it had to make its part for all human beings to be equal and non-discriminate. It's the second generation of rights, of economic, social, and cultural rights that are called the second generation, and they could be associated with equality. And then the third generation of human rights that we are experiencing now, and that are linked to the concept of fraternity, are what the authors have been naming as solidarity rights. And it's kind of a development of social and economical rights and cultural rights, because it respects, for instance, the protection of the environment, of cultural heritage, the right to access to information, the right to privacy. So this is the latest generation of human rights, although some authors are beginning to speak about the fourth generation of human rights. And the fourth generation of human rights is linked to technology, for instance, internet access. So what we see is that many people in the world do not have access to technology. So, because they lack the knowledge or they lack the means. So the state must provide them the means to engage with new technologies, for instance, with internet access. Because let's see an example. Let's see that your tax declaration can only be submitted online. So maybe someone living in the country who's 80 years old doesn't have a computer, doesn't know what a computer is, and doesn't have access to a computer. So in this regard, the solution is not the state will give this person a computer. So the state must provide the way of people to deliver their tax declaration. So like in municipalities, there should be a cabinet where these people should go, and then they would have help because someone would fill the online declaration because they cannot do it themselves. So this is an example that it's necessary sometimes not only to give the right or to give the instruments, but also to have an active role in assuring that everyone has the same opportunity. So now, I'm not an expert on consumer rights. There are many experts here, but I would also like to give you a context of consumer rights so that we can make the connection between consumer rights and human rights. So, consumer rights are old, maybe older than human rights, because already in ancient Rome there were legal norms that were protecting consumers' interests. And we can see that there was an obligation for the sellers to have the goods they were going to sell in good condition, and if a consumer would buy a good that was not in good shape, he could file an action against the state and demand for a compensation. Also, in Asian India, you can find in this Manu code, Manu was like the father of law in India. So between his works, he has a code of traders, and according to that code of traders, a fine was imposed to merchants that would cheat on price or that would misconduct. So this is old. But the milestone, the modern concept of consumer rights was presented by President John Kennedy in a speech to the Congress on 50 March 1962, where he defined the modern consumer rights. And he defined 4 basic rights: the right to safety, to choose freely, to be informed, and to be heard. And we see here a shift, because in ancient Rome and India, it was an obligation for the sellers, that they would sell goods in fine condition and they would not cheat. Now, this modern concept, the focus has been changed, because the focus is no longer on the obligations of the merchant, of the seller, but now they are rights that everyone is entitled. So the focus has passed from the merchant, from the seller, to the consumer itself. So this was a milestone for consumer rights. And later on, the United Nations in 1995 issued a number of guidelines to help states and governments to produce legislation that would protect the interests of consumers. Well, I'm not going through them, I'm just giving them as examples. And consumer rights now are enshrined in many constitutions. I give the example of Portugal, of Spain, and also of Poland, where the Article 76 clearly acknowledges consumer rights as at the constitutional level. So at the most important law in your country, consumer rights are enshrined. And also, according to a recent study that I found, 51% of the countries in the world have laws protecting consumers. Even if it's not in the Constitution, they have laws that protect consumers. And now the big question. Are consumer rights human rights? Because we've been talking about human rights, we've been talking about consumer rights, but now, are consumer rights, do they have the dignity to be considered human rights? Well, I would say yes. I would say yes. And I would say that this idea has begun to develop after Second World War, and what was beneath this was the fact that consumers were perceived to be in a more vulnerable situation in regard to the enterprises. So it was the idea that consumers were in a vulnerable position when dealing with great enterprises, with great companies, and that they needed protection, began to be developed and to be associated with the third generation of human rights. But this is not a specific position, because there are also some authors that disagree with this. For instance, they say that consumer rights cannot be considered a human right because they are human rights are abstract. It's the right to live, the right to health, and consumer rights, it's very objective. I have the right to buy this microphone and he has to be in good condition. Also, another argument is that a violation of human rights would lead to a life or a serious hazard for your health or would affect you deeply. But we have to remember that basic consumer rights, like the right to the safety of the products and like the right to information, are directly linked with the right to live, to life, and the right to be informed, and the right to a good standard of living. So now I think it's quite generally accepted that consumer rights are human rights, are third generation of human rights, are a development of the economical, social and cultural rights that are linked to solidarity, that are linked to obligations from the companies towards persons. So for me, I have no doubt that consumer rights are human rights. And I thought that this interview was very inspiring with this lawyer from Nepal, and that he really sums up the reason why consumer rights are a basic human rights. And he makes, you can see, he makes the association with civil, political, economics, and social rights. So this is very interesting, and I think it sums up. But now, and this I think that's the part that is also important, because I was asked to present a motivational speech and to inspire you somehow. So the link between human rights and consumer rights also has to do with our behavior. And so the question is, how can we, as consumers, contribute for human rights and for the development of human rights and for a society where everyone has the same dignity and the same opportunities? So this is, I think, quite obvious to you. For instance, the first strategy is to buy products that are ethically produced. I know that is very tempting when we go and buy clothes, that we go to these big chains and that we buy very affordable clothes, but if we see the label and we see produced in Indonesia, in Bangladesh, in India, in Pakistan, probably there is a big chance that they are being produced by exploited labor, like children that work in these sweat factories. So you maybe the next time you go and want to buy cheap clothes, maybe it would be interesting if you would see where these products have been made. Also, of course, and this is basic, and I think that you all would have this idea, try to buy products that are safe for environment and for society. Another strategy, and I incorporate that in my life, is buying to help people that are in a vulnerable situation. And for instance, I have this Reshape Ceramics. Reshape is an international NGO. I don't think that they have a branch here in Poland, but it's an NGO that works with inmates, with people that are deprived of liberty in prisons. So they give them the materials, and the inmates, I prefer the word inmates to prisoners, because I think that words have power, and when you call someone that is in prison a prisoner, it has a negative meaning. So I prefer to use a more neutral word like inmates. So they bring the materials to the inmates in prisons, and they make ceramics, they produce ceramics like trays and candles, and when I have to give a present to someone, I always go online and buy these candles because they are the same price that if you go to a supermarket and buy a regular candle, it's the same price, and with this you are helping that people that are in prison get some revenue. And on the other hand, since they are handmade, every product is different, it's unique. So I think that you are not only helping the others, but you are always also giving a present that's completely individual. Of course, they are similar, but they are handmade, so every product is unique. And also another way to contribute, it's by raising awareness and motivating friends and family. So in a nutshell, I could say that when you protect your rights and when you stand up, when you uphold consumer rights, you are also contributing for human rights. You are, in one hand, protecting your own rights, and we already saw that consumer rights are human rights. Maybe the third generation, not so important, has the right to live, but they are human rights. And you also can be defending the human rights of others. So consumers can make a difference, can contribute for human rights, and I would like for you to live here with this notion that my choices as a consumer, they affect the other people's in a global way, and my behavior can contribute to improve the persons that are in a situation of higher vulnerability, and also you can contribute to society and to the planet. So you can be a human rights agent by just being a consumer. So now this is basic bibliography that I used for this presentation. And well, you have my contact here. If you have any questions, you can use my email, or if you have any questions now, I would be very happy to answer them.
Are there any questions? To prosimy. Tylko głośniej trzeba. We're waiting for the microphone. Hold on a second.
A microphone is getting there, so I'll be able to hear you.
Hello? Okay. I just wanted to say that I absolutely agree with most of your speech. I do think I have 2 points that I wanted to address where I don't maybe agree completely. So the first one would be to your human rights would be more of a, it is nice to think that we all have equal rights, but as a biological female, I don't think that we, male and female, both sexes, have the ability to both have the exact equal rights since we are built differently, right? But like in work or the economics, I think that's good. As an American, we all know what's going on in the United States right now with all the transgenders and all that. I do think that as a biological female, I don't completely agree with that fact, but that's a different subject for a different time. But my other point would be
I can answer now the first question. I understand what you say. We are all unique. And I think one of the conquests of human rights is the perception that everyone is a single individual. Of course, there are biological differences between women and men, and also there are some difference between every woman and every man. So the issue of human rights, it's not that everyone should have the same rights. It's more that everyone should have the same opportunities. That's why you have special rights for persons in vulnerable situation. So when we say that all humans are equal, it's not, we are all different, but we have to have the same opportunities. And that's what non-discrimination and equality means. It's not that we are going to be all the same, like made in factory. No, no. So you're right with your point, but there is an answer to that.
Okay, thank you. I don't remember my second point.
Okay,
no
problem.
It's okay. Then when you remember it, you can send an email.
You can send me an email.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Also, I think we don't have more questions, so thanks a lot for your presentation. It was really interesting. Miguel Feldman from the Portuguese Ombudsman Office. And, well, I just have that impression that after each speech we, in ideal world, if we had much more time, we would need that time to have a discussion on all these topics that we talked and our speakers talked about today. Now it's time for the closure, and I'll ask Professor Sławomir Smyczek to close the conference and close the whole project, I guess.
Yeah,
I think.
Because this is the last edition, but hopefully we will have the next year, we will have a chance to apply for similar one. Of course, we will take all this information about your thoughts, what we could be improved, what we can change, what we can add to this topic. But generally, first of all, I would like to say thank you to all of you, to all participants, that you stay with us, that you accept our invitation, because this was what we really wanted to share with you, our experience, our knowledge, and the current research that we are doing all over the world, because we used to have the European professors, we have the professors from Africa, from Latin America, from North America, from Asia, from Australia, so from with New Zealand, so from every single continent. Maybe we will invite the professors who are doing some experiment in Antarctica next time. We will see. But thank you very much, and I would like to give also the special thanks to all our distinguished professors, the guests who accept our invitation. So I would like to invite to the stage Professor Yuri Sel. Thank you very much. I would like to invite to the stage Professor Kim Pham. So I took the order how all the professors they present the speeches. I would like to invite, because I always call it Jorge, but it's George, George Gomes. Thank you very much. Now I would like to thank you to Professor Idelberto Roderlo. Professor Evert Blanco. And thank you very much, Mr. Miguel Feldman. This was our speakers, but this event was another star here on the stage. So thank you very much to Maciej Orłoś for conducting the whole event, not only this edition, but also the 2 previous editions, and your contribution was really fantastic. So thank you very much. It was really a pleasure to work with you.
It was my pleasure. Thank you very much. Wow. I didn't expect that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, we have so many people who were working on this project that some of the person we can meet today, some of them, they are sitting behind there, and all the IT guys, they are somewhere and so on. But also, you remember that I told you about the media patronage and so on, and all these things related with the public relations. So I would like to say thank you very much to Marek Kiczka, who is our spokesman and who helped us, especially with the PR and all this media relations. Thank you so much. And also, because this is somehow of the experiment for us, that we have a chance to cooperate with a fantastic company, ProMedia, and I would like to say thank you very much, because all this internet broadcasting, all this, even the microphones, all these cameras are thanks to these fantastic guys who are working for the ProMedia, and the certificate goes to this company and this to Piotr Lebek, who is the chief of this company. So thank you very much. Thank you. Pano Media, sorry, I'm sorry. Thank you. And also, the Pano Media was supported by the Piotr Pilarski from the marketing center. So thank you so much, because Piotr, without you, we couldn't manage this, and well, it's not only the camera, but also all this presentation and everything. Thank you so much. And also, because Piotr is representing the marketing center, so I would like to say thank you to marketing center as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And there will be surprise, but well, it shouldn't be surprise, because actually the whole project was initiated in the internationalization office. So I would like to thank you very much to Edyta Lachowicz-Santos, who is the head of this internationalization office, and all the people in her department, in her office, was heavy involved in the whole project. So without Edyta and with the staff of Edyta, we couldn't manage this and create this project. Thank you very much. Person who is the engine of this project, who is the leader of the project, who knows everything about this project, and who knows every single person who is here. And who is like the good angel of the whole project, and everybody who was here, all the guests who was here, they have always contact, and they were taken care by Magdalena Skowron. Magda, thank you so much. Thank you very much for everything. So thank you so much. It's all. So officially, I can say that all these 3 editions, Economics Without Border, is closed. But I hope that the fruits of this project we will see soon, and hopefully that you enjoy the stay in Katowice at the University of Economics in Katowice. And remember that always, this is for both of you, for the students and also for our professors, that always you are very welcome at our uni, and we will be very pleasure that you can come back here and you can share with us the memories that you have always in Katowice, because remember, you have the friends here at our university. Thank you very much, good luck, and enjoy the weekend. Thank you so much.